Hey there. Welcome back to the Sleepy Dread. I'm Ollie, and I'm glad you're here. Tonight, I'm reading Edith Wharton's Wharton Ghost Stories, Volume 1, Afterward, plus The Lady's Maid's Bell, first published in 1910, 1904. This one is not a retelling. The story you're about to hear is the original text, read as written. So settle in. Let the room grow quiet, and come with me into two Edith Wharton ghost stories, where polished rooms and well-kept houses hide disturbances that arrive quietly and stay. Afterward, Oh, there is one, of course, but you'll never know it. The assertion, laughingly flung out 6 months earlier in a bright June garden, came back to Mary Boyne with a sharp perception of its latent significance as she stood in the December dusk, waiting for the lamps to be brought into the library. The words had been spoken by their friend Alida Stair as they sat at tea on her lawn at Pangbourne, in reference to the very house of which the library in question was the central, the pivotal feature. Mary Boyne and her husband, in quest of a country place in one of the southern or southwestern counties, had, on their arrival in England, carried their problem straight to Alida Stair, who had successfully solved it in her own case. But it was not until they had rejected, almost capriciously, several practical and judicious suggestions that she threw it out. Well, there's Ling in Dorsetshire. It belongs to Hugo's cousins, and you can get it for a song. The reasons she gave for its being obtainable on these terms, its remoteness from a station, its lack of electric light, hot water pipes, and other vulgar necessities, were exactly those pleading in its favor with two romantic Americans, perversely in search of the economic drawbacks which were associated, in their tradition, with unusual architectural felicities. I should never believe I was living in an old house unless I was thoroughly uncomfortable. Ned Boyne, the more extravagant of the two, had jocosely insisted. The least hint of convenience would make me think it had been bought out of an exhibition, with the pieces numbered and set up again, and they had proceeded to enumerate, with humorous precision, their various suspicions and exactions, refusing to believe that the house their cousin recommended was really Tudor, till they learned it had no heating system, or that the village church was literally in the grounds, till she assured them of the deplorable uncertainty of the water supply. It's too uncomfortable to be true. Edward Boyne had continued to exult as the avowal of each disadvantage was successively wrung from her. But he had cut short his rhapsody to ask, with a sudden relapse to distrust, "And the ghost? You've been concealing from us the fact that there is no ghost." Mary, at the moment, had laughed with him, yet almost with her laugh, being possessed of several sets of independent perceptions, had noted a sudden flatness of tone in Alida's answering hilarity. "Oh, Dorsetshire's full of ghosts, you know. Yes, but that won't do. I don't want to have to drive 10 miles to see somebody else's ghost. I want one of my own on the premises. Is there a ghost at Ling?" His rejoinder had made Alida laugh again, and it was then that she had flung back tantalizingly, "Oh, there is one, of course, but you'll never know it." "Never know it?" Boyne pulled her up. "But what in the world constitutes a ghost, except the fact of its being known for one?" "I can't say, but that's the story. That there's a ghost, but that nobody knows it's a ghost. Well, not till afterward, at any rate. Till afterward. Not till long, long afterward. But if it's once been identified as an unearthly visitant, why hasn't its signalment been handed down in the family? How has it managed to preserve its incognito?" Alida could only shake her head. "Don't ask me. But it has. And then suddenly, Mary spoke up as if from some cavernous depth of divination. Suddenly, long afterward, one says to oneself, "That was it?" She was oddly startled at the sepulchral sound with which her question fell on the banter of the other two, and she saw the shadow of the same surprise flit across Alida's clear pupils. "I suppose so. One just has to wait." "Oh, hang waiting," Ned broke in. "Life's too short for a ghost who can only be enjoyed in retrospect. Can't we do better than that, Mary?" But it turned out that in the event they were not destined to, for within 3 months of their conversation with Mrs. Stair, they were established at Ling, and the life they had yearned for to the point of planning it out in all its daily details had actually begun for them. It was to sit in the thick December dusk by just such a wide hooded fireplace, under just such black oak rafters, with the sense that beyond the mullioned panes the downs were darkening to a deeper solitude. It was for the ultimate indulgence in such sensations that Mary Boyne had endured for nearly 14 years the soul-deadening ugliness of the Middle West, and that Boyne had ground on doggedly at his engineering till, with a suddenness that still made her blink. The prodigious windfall of the Blue Star Mine had put them at a stroke, in possession of life and the leisure to taste it. They had never for a moment meant their new state to be one of idleness, but they meant to give themselves only to harmonious activities. She had her vision of painting and gardening against a background of gray walls. He dreamed of the production of his long-planned book on the economic basis of culture, and with such absorbing work ahead, no existence could be too sequestered. They could not get far enough from the world, or plunge deep enough into the past. Dorsetshire had attracted them from the first by a semblance of remoteness out of all proportion to its geographical position. But to the Boynes it was one of the ever-recurring wonders of the whole incredibly compressed island, a nest of counties, as they put it, that for the production of its effects so little of a given quality went so far, that so few miles made a distance, and so short a distance a difference. It's that, Ned had once enthusiastically explained, that gives such depth to their effects, such relief to their least contrasts. They've been able to lay the butter so thick on every exquisite mouthful. The butter had certainly been laid on thick at Ling. The old gray house, hidden under a shoulder of the downs, had almost all the finer marks of commerce with a protracted past. The mere fact that it was neither large nor exceptional made it, to the Boynes, abound the more richly in its special sense, the sense of having been for centuries a deep, dim reservoir of life. The life had probably not been of the most vivid order. For long periods, no doubt, it had fallen as noiselessly into the past as the quiet drizzle of autumn fell, hour after hour, into the green fish pond between the yews. But these backwaters of existence sometimes breed, in their sluggish depths, strange acuities of emotion, and Mary Boyne had felt from the first the occasional brush of an intenser memory. The feeling had never been stronger than on the December afternoon, when, waiting in the library for the belated lamps, she rose from her seat and stood among the shadows of the hearth. Her husband had gone off after luncheon for one of his long tramps on the downs. She had noticed of late that he preferred to be unaccompanied on these occasions, and, in the tried security of their personal relations, had been driven to conclude that his book was bothering him, and that he needed the afternoons to turn over in solitude the problems left from the morning's work. Certainly, the book was not going as smoothly as she had imagined it would, and the lines of perplexity between his eyes had never been there in his engineering days. Then he had often looked fagged to the verge of illness, But the native demon of worry had never branded his brow. Yet the few pages he had so far read to her, the introduction, and a synopsis of the opening chapter, gave evidences of a firm possession of his subject and a deepening confidence in his powers. The fact threw her into deeper perplexity, since, now that he had done with business and its disturbing contingencies, the one other possible element of anxiety was eliminated, unless it were his health then. But physically he had gained since they had come to Dorsetshire, grown robuster, ruddier, and fresher-eyed. It was only within a week that she had felt in him the undefinable change that made her restless in his absence, and as tongue-tied in his presence as though it were she who had a secret to keep from him. The thought that there was a secret somewhere between them struck her with a sudden smart rap of wonder, and she looked about her down the dim, long room. Can it be the house? She mused. The room itself might have been full of secrets. They seemed to be piling themselves up as evening fell, like the layers and layers of velvet shadow dropping from the low ceiling, the dusky walls of books, the smoke-blurred sculpture of the hooded hearth. Why, of course, the house is haunted, she reflected. The ghost, Elida's imperceptible ghost, after figuring largely in the banter of their first month or two at Ling, had been gradually discarded as too ineffectual for imaginative use. Mary had indeed, as became the tenant of a haunted house, made the customary inquiries among her few rural neighbors, but, beyond a vague, "They do say so, ma'am," the villagers had nothing to impart. The elusive specter had apparently never had sufficient identity for a legend to crystallize about it, and, after a time, the Boynes had laughingly set the matter down to their profit and loss account, agreeing that Ling was one of the few houses good enough in itself to dispense with supernatural enhancements. And I suppose, poor, ineffectual demon, that's why it beats its beautiful wings in vain in the void, Mary had laughingly concluded. Or rather, Ned answered in the same strain, why, amid so much that's ghostly, it can never affirm its separate existence as the ghost. And thereupon their invisible housemate had finally dropped out of their references, which were numerous enough to make them promptly unaware of the loss. Now, as she stood on the hearth, the subject of their earlier curiosity revived in her with a new sense of its meaning, a sense gradually acquired through close daily contact with the scene of the lurking mystery. It was the house itself, of course, that possessed the ghost-seeing faculty, that communed visually but secretly with its own past. And if one could only get into close enough communion with the house, one might surprise its secret and acquire the ghost sight on one's own account. Perhaps, in his long solitary hours in this very room, where she never trespassed till the afternoon, her husband, Edith, had acquired it already, and was silently carrying the dread weight of whatever it had revealed to him. Mary was too well versed in the code of the spectral world not to know that one could not talk about the ghosts one saw. To do so was almost as great a breach of good breeding as to name a lady in a club. But this explanation did not really satisfy her. What, after all, except for the fun of the frisson, she reflected, would he really care for any of their old ghosts? And thence she was thrown back once more on the fundamental dilemma. The fact that one's greater or less susceptibility to spectral influences had no particular bearing on the case, since when one did watch see a ghost at Ling, one did not know it. Not till long afterward, Alida Stair had said, "Well, supposing Ned had seen one when they first came, and had known only within the last week what had happened to him." More and more under the spell of the hour, she threw back her searching thoughts to the early days of their tenancy. but at first only to recall a gay confusion of unpacking, settling, arranging of books, and calling to each other from remote corners of the house as treasure after treasure of their habitation revealed itself to them. It was in this particular connection that she presently recalled a certain soft afternoon of the previous October, when, passing from the first rapturous flurry of exploration to a detailed inspection of the old house, she had pressed, like a novel heroine, a panel that opened at her touch on a narrow flight of stairs leading to an unsuspected flat ledge of the roof which, from below, seemed to slope away on all sides too abruptly for any but practiced feet to scale. The view from this hidden coign was enchanting, and she had flown down to snatch Ned from his papers and give him the freedom of her discovery. She remembered still how, standing on the narrow ledge, he had passed his arm about her while their gaze flew to the long, tossed horizon line of the downs, and then dropped contentedly back to trace the arabesque of yew hedges about the fish pond, and the shadow of the cedar on the lawn. And now the other way, he had said, gently turning her about within his arm, and closely pressed to him, she had absorbed, like some long, satisfying draught, the picture of the gray-walled court, the squat lions on the gates, and the lime avenue reaching up to the highroad under the downs. It was just then, while they gazed and held each other, that she had felt his arm relax and heard a sharp "Hello" that made her turn to glance at him. Distinctly, yes, she now recalled she had seen, as she glanced, a shadow of anxiety, of perplexity rather, fall across his face, and, following his eyes, had beheld the figure of a man in loose, grayish clothes as it appeared to her, who was sauntering down the lime avenue to the court with the tentative gait of a stranger seeking his way. Her short-sighted eyes had given her but a blurred impression of slightness and grayness, with something foreign, or at least unlocal, in the cut of the figure or its garb. But her husband had apparently seen more, seen enough to make him push past her with a sharp "Wait!" and dashed down the twisting stairs without pausing to give her a hand for the descent. A slight tendency to dizziness obliged her, after a provisional clutch at the chimney against which they had been leaning, to follow him down more cautiously. And when she had reached the attic landing, she paused again for a less definite reason, leaning over the oak banister to strain her eyes through the silence of the brown, sun-flecked depths below. She lingered there till, somewhere in those depths, she heard the closing of a door. Then, mechanically impelled, she went down the shallow flights of steps till she reached the lower hall. The front door stood open on the mild sunlight of the court, and hall and court were empty. The library door was open too, and after listening in vain for any sound of voices within, she quickly crossed the threshold and found her husband alone, vaguely fingering the papers on his desk. He looked up, as if surprised at her precipitate entrance, but the shadow of anxiety had passed from his face, leaving it even, as she fancied, a little brighter and clearer than usual. "What was it? Who was it?" she asked. "Who?" he repeated, with the surprise still all on his side. "The man we saw coming toward the house." Boyne shrugged his shoulders. "So I thought, but he must have got up steam in the interval. What do you say to our trying a scramble up Meldon Steep before sunset?" That was all. At the time, the occurrence had been less than nothing, had indeed been immediately obliterated by the magic of their first vision from Meldon Steep, a height which they had dreamed of climbing ever since they had first seen its bare spine heaving itself above the low roof of Ling. Doubtless, it was the mere fact of the other incidents having occurred on the very day of their ascent to Meldon that had kept it stored away in the unconscious fold of association from which it now emerged. For in itself, it had no mark of the portentous. At the moment, there could have been nothing more natural than that Ned should dash himself from the roof in the pursuit of dilatory tradesmen. It was the period when they were always on the watch for one or the other of the specialists employed about the place, always lying in wait for them and dashing out at them with questions, reproaches, or reminders. And certainly, in the distance, the gray figure had looked like Peter's. Yet now, as she reviewed the rapid scene, she felt her husband's explanation of it to have been invalidated by the look of anxiety on his face. Why had the familiar appearance of Peter's made him anxious? Why, above all, if it was of such prime necessity to confer with that authority on the subject of the stable drains, had the failure to find him produced such a look of relief? Mary could not say that any one of these considerations had occurred to her at the time, yet, from the promptness with which they now marshaled themselves at her summons, she had a sudden sense that they must all along have been there, waiting their hour. Weary with her thoughts, she moved toward the window. The library was now completely dark, and she was surprised to see how much faint light the outer world still held. As she peered out into it across the court, a figure shaped itself in the tapering perspective of bare lines. It looked a mere blot of deeper gray in the grayness, and for an instant, as it moved toward her, her heart thumped to the thought, "It's the ghost." She had time, in that long instant, to feel suddenly that the man of whom, 2 months earlier, she had a brief, distant vision from the roof was now, at his predestined hour, about to reveal himself as not having been Peter's, and her spirit sank under the impending fear of the disclosure. But almost with the next tick of the clock, the ambiguous figure, gaining substance and character, showed itself even to her weak sight as her husband's, and she turned away to meet him as he entered, with the confession of her folly. "It's really too absurd," she laughed out from the threshold, "but I never can remember." "Remember what?" Boyne questioned as they drew together. "That when one sees the Ling ghost, one never knows it." Her hand was on his sleeve, and he kept it there, but with no response in his gesture or in the lines of his fagged, preoccupied face. "Did you think you'd seen it?" he asked, after an appreciable interval. "Why, I actually took you for it, my dear, in my mad determination to spot it." "Me, just now." His arm dropped away, and he turned from her with a faint echo of her laugh. "Really, dearest, you'd better give it up. If that's the best you can do." "Yes, I give it up. I give it up." "Have you?" she asked, turning round on him abruptly. The parlor maid had entered with letters and a lamp, and the light struck up into Boyne's face as he bent above the tray she presented. "Have you?" Mary perversely insisted, when the servant had disappeared on her errand of illumination. "Have I what?" he rejoined absently, the light bringing out the sharp stamp of worry between his brows as he turned over the letters. "I never tried," he said, tearing open the wrapper of a newspaper. "Well, of course," Mary persisted, "the exasperating thing is that there's no use trying, since one can't be sure till so long afterward." He was unfolding the paper as if he had hardly heard her. But after a pause, during which the sheets rustled spasmodically between his hands, he lifted his head to say abruptly, "Have you any idea? How long?" Mary had sunk into a low chair beside the fireplace. From her seat, she looked up, startled, at her husband's profile, which was darkly projected against the circle of lamplight. "No, none. Have you?" she retorted, repeating her former phrase with an added keenness of intention. Boyne crumpled the paper into a bunch, and then inconsequently turned back with it toward the lamp. "Lord, no! I only meant, he explained with a faint tinge of impatience, is there any legend, any tradition as to that? Not that I know of, she answered, but the impulse to add, what makes you ask, was checked by the reappearance of the parlor maid with tea and a second lamp. With the dispersal of shadows and the repetition of the daily domestic office, Mary Boyne felt herself less oppressed by that sense of something mutely imminent which had darkened her solitary afternoon. For a few moments, she gave herself silently to the details of her task, and when she looked up from it, she was struck to the point of bewilderment by the change in her husband's face. He had seated himself near the farther lamp and was absorbed in the perusal of his letters. But was it something he had found in them, or merely the shifting of her own point of view that had restored his features to their normal aspect? The longer she looked, the more definitely the change affirmed itself. The lines of painful tension had vanished, and such traces of fatigue as lingered were of the kind easily attributable to steady mental effort. He glanced up as if drawn by her gaze and met her eyes with a smile. I'm dying for my tea, you know, and here's a letter for you, he said. She took the letter he held out in exchange for the cup she proffered him, and, returning to her seat, broke the seal with the languid gesture of the reader, whose interests are all enclosed in the circle of one cherished presence. Her next conscious motion was that of starting to her feet, the letter falling to them as she rose, while she held out to her husband a long newspaper clipping. Ned, what's this? What does it mean? He had risen at the same instant, almost as if hearing her cry before she uttered it. And for a perceptible space of time he and she studied each other, like adversaries watching for an advantage, across the space between her chair and his desk. What's what? You fairly made me jump, Boyne said at length, moving toward her with a sudden half-exasperated laugh. The shadow of apprehension was on his face again, not now a look of fixed foreboding, but a shifting vigilance of lips and eyes that gave her the sense of his feeling himself invisibly surrounded. Her hand shook so that she could hardly give him the clipping. This article from the Waukesha Sentinel, that a man named Elwell has brought suit against you, that there was something wrong about the Blue Star Mine. I can't understand more than half. They continued to face each other as she spoke, and to her astonishment, she saw that her words had the almost immediate effect of dissipating the strained watchfulness of his look. Oh, that! He glanced down the printed slip and then folded it with the gesture of one who handles something harmless and familiar. What's the matter with you this afternoon, Mary? I thought you'd got bad news. She stood before him with her undefinable terror subsiding slowly under the reassuring touch of his composure. You knew about this, then? It's all right? Certainly, I knew about it. And it's all right. But what is it? I don't understand. What does this man accuse you of? Oh, pretty nearly every crime in the calendar. Boyne had tossed the clipping down and thrown himself comfortably into an armchair near the fire. Do you want to hear the story? It's not particularly interesting, just a squabble over interests in the Blue Star. But who is this Elwell? I don't know the name. Oh, he's a fellow I put into it. Gave him a hand up. I told you all about him at the time. I dare say I must have forgotten. Vainly, she strained back among her memories. But if you helped him, why does he make this return? Oh, probably some shyster lawyer got hold of him and talked him over. It's all rather technical and complicated. I thought that kind of thing bored you. His wife felt a sting of compunction. Theoretically, she deprecated the American wife's detachment from her husband's professional interests, but in practice, She had always found it difficult to fix her attention on Boyne's report of the transactions in which his varied interests involved him. Besides, she had felt from the first that, in a community where the amenities of living could be obtained only at the cost of efforts as arduous as her husband's professional labors, such brief leisure as they could command should be used as an escape from immediate preoccupations, a flight to the life they always dreamed of living. Once or twice, now that this new life had actually drawn its magic circle about them, she had asked herself if she had done right. But hitherto such conjectures had been no more than the retrospective excursions of an active fancy. Now, for the first time, it startled her a little to find how little she knew of the material foundation on which her happiness was built. She glanced again at her husband and was reassured by the composure of his face. Yet she felt the need of more definite grounds for her reassurance. "But doesn't this suit worry you? Why have you never spoken to me about it?" He answered both questions at once. "I didn't speak of it at first because it did worry me, annoyed me, rather. But it's all ancient history now. Your correspondent must have got hold of a back number of the Sentinel." She felt a quick thrill of relief. "You mean it's over? He's lost his case?" There was a just perceptible delay in Boyne's reply. "The suit's been withdrawn, that's all." But she persisted, as if to exonerate herself from the inward charge of being too easily put off. "Withdrawn because he saw he had no chance." "Oh, he had no chance," Boyne answered. She was still struggling with a dimly felt perplexity at the back of her thoughts. "How long ago was it withdrawn?" He paused, as if with a slight return of his former uncertainty. "I've just had the news now, but I've been expecting it." "Just now? In one of your letters?" "Yes, in one of my letters." She made no answer and was aware only, after a short interval of waiting, that he had risen and, strolling across the room, had placed himself on the sofa at her side. She felt him, as he did so, pass an arm about her. She felt his hand seek hers and clasp it, and turning slowly, drawn by the warmth of his cheek, she met the smiling clearness of his eyes. It's all right," she questioned, through the flood of her dissolving doubts. "And I give you my word, it never was righter." He laughed back at her, holding her close. "Trudy, one of the strangest things she was afterward to recall out of all the next day's incredible strangeness was the sudden and complete recovery of her sense of security. It was in the air when she woke in her low-ceilinged, dusky room. It accompanied her downstairs to the breakfast table, flashed out at her from the fire, and reduplicated itself brightly from the flanks of the urn and the sturdy flutings of the Georgian teapot. It was as if, in some roundabout way, all her diffused apprehensions of the previous day, with their moment of sharp concentration about the newspaper article, as if this dim questioning of the future and startled return upon the past, had between them liquidated the arrears of some haunting moral obligation. If she had indeed been careless of her husband's affairs, it was, her new state seemed to prove, because her faith in him instinctively justified such carelessness. And his right to her faith had overwhelmingly affirmed itself in the very face of menace and suspicion. She had never seen him more untroubled, more naturally and unconsciously in possession of himself than after the cross-examination to which she had subjected him. It was almost as if he had been aware of her lurking doubts and had wanted the air cleared as much as she did. It was as clear, thank heaven, as the bright outer light that surprised her, almost with a touch of summer when she issued from the house for her daily round of the gardens. She had left Boyne at his desk, indulging herself, as she passed the library door, by a last peep at his quiet face, where he bent pipe in his mouth above his papers. And now she had her own morning's task to perform. The task involved on such charmed winter days almost as much delighted loitering about the different quarters of her domain as if spring were already at work on shrubs and borders. There were such inexhaustible possibilities still before her, such opportunities to bring out the latent graces of the old place without a single irreverent touch of alteration, that the winter months were all too short to plan what spring and autumn executed. And her recovered sense of safety gave, on this particular morning, a peculiar zest to her progress through the sweet, still place. She went first to the kitchen garden, where the espaliered pear trees drew complicated patterns on the walls, and pigeons were fluttering and preening about the silvery slated roof of their cot. There was something wrong about the piping of the hothouse, and she was expecting an authority from Dorchester, who was to drive out between trains and make a diagnosis of the boiler. But when she dipped into the damp heat of the greenhouses, among the spiced scents and waxy pinks and reds of old-fashioned exotics, even the flora of Ling was in the note. She learned that the great man had not arrived, and the day being too rare to waste in an artificial atmosphere, she came out again and paced slowly along the springy turf of the bowling green to the gardens behind the house. At their farther end rose a grass terrace, commanding, over the fish pond and the yew hedges, a view of the long house front, with its twisted chimney stacks and the blue shadows of its roof angles, all drenched in the pale gold moisture of the air. Seen thus, across the level tracery of the yews, under the suffused mild light, it sent her, from its open windows and hospitably smoking chimneys, the look of some warm human presence, of a mind slowly ripened on a sunny wall of experience. She had never before had so deep a sense of her intimacy with it, such a conviction that its secrets were all beneficent, kept, as they said to children, for one's good. So complete a trust in its power to gather up her life and Ned's into the harmonious pattern of the long, long story it sat there, weaving in the sun. She heard steps behind her and turned, expecting to see the gardener, accompanied by the engineer from Dorchester. But only one figure was in sight, that of a youngish, slightly built man, who, for reasons she could not on the spot have specified, did not remotely resemble her preconceived notion of an authority on hothouse boilers. The newcomer, on seeing her, lifted his hat and paused with the air of a gentleman, perhaps a traveler, desirous of having it immediately known that his intrusion is involuntary. The local fame of Ling occasionally attracted the more intelligent sightseer, and Mary half expected to see the stranger dissemble a camera or justify his presence by producing it. But he made no gesture of any sort, and after a moment she asked, in a tone responding to the courteous deprecation of his attitude, "Is there anyone you wish to see?" "I came to see Mr. Boyne," he replied. His intonation, rather than his accent, was faintly American, and Mary, at the familiar note, looked at him more closely. The brim of his soft felt hat cast a shade on his face, which, thus obscured, wore to her short-sighted gaze a look of seriousness, as of a person arriving on business, and civilly but firmly aware of his rights. Past experience had made Mary equally sensible to such claims, but she was jealous of her husband's morning hours, and doubtful of his having given anyone the right to intrude on them. "Have you an appointment with Mr. Boyne?" she asked. He hesitated, as if unprepared for the question. "Not exactly an appointment," he replied. "Then I'm afraid, this being his working time, that he can't receive you now. Will you give me a message or come back later?" The visitor, again lifting his hat, briefly replied that he would come back later and walked away, as if to regain the front of the house. As his figure receded down the walk between the yew hedges, Mary saw him pause and look up an instant at the peaceful house front bathed in faint winter sunshine. And it struck her, with a tardy touch of compunction, that it would have been more humane to ask if he had come from a distance, and to offer, in that case, to inquire if her husband could receive him. But as the thought occurred to her, he passed out of sight behind a pyramidal yew, and, at the same moment, her attention was distracted by the approach of the gardener, attended by the bearded pepper-and-salt figure of the Boilermaker from Dorchester. The encounter with this authority led to such far-reaching issues that they resulted in his finding it expedient to ignore his train, and beguiled Mary into spending the remainder of the morning in absorbed confabulation among the greenhouses. She was startled to find, when the colloquy ended, that it was nearly luncheon time, and she half expected, as she hurried back to the house, to see her husband coming out to meet her. But she found no one in the court but an under-gardener raking the gravel, and the hall, when she entered it, was so silent that she guessed Boyne to be still at work behind the closed door of the library. Not wishing to disturb him, she turned into the drawing room and there, at her writing table, lost herself in renewed calculations of the outlay to which the morning's conference had committed her. The knowledge that she could permit herself such follies had not yet lost its novelty, and somehow, in contrast to the vague apprehensions of the previous days, it now seemed an element of her recovered security, of the sense that, as Ned had said, things in general had never been righter. She was still luxuriating in a lavish play of figures when the parlor maid, from the threshold, roused her with a dubiously worded inquiry as to the expediency of serving luncheon. It was one of their jokes that Trimmel announced luncheon as if she were divulging a state secret, and Mary, intent upon her papers, merely murmured an absent-minded assent. She felt Trimmel wavering expressively on the threshold as if in rebuke of such offhand acquiescence. Then her retreating steps sounded down the passage, and Mary, pushing away her papers, crossed the hall and went to the library door. It was still closed, and she wavered in her turn, disliking to disturb her husband, yet anxious that he should not exceed his normal measure of work. As she stood there, balancing her impulses, the esoteric Trimmel returned with the announcement of luncheon, and Mary, thus impelled, opened the door and went into the library. Boyne was not at his desk, and she peered about her, expecting to discover him at the bookshelves, somewhere down the length of the room. But her call brought no response, and gradually it became clear to her that he was not in the library. She turned back to the parlor maid. "Mr. Boyne must be upstairs. Please tell him that luncheon is ready." The parlor maid appeared to hesitate between the obvious duty of obeying orders and an equally obvious conviction of the foolishness of the injunction laid upon her. The struggle resulted in her saying doubtfully, "If you please, madam, Mr. Boyne's not upstairs." "Not in his room? Are you sure?" "I'm sure, madam." Mary consulted the clock. "Where is he, then?" "He's gone out," Trimmel announced, with the superior air of one who has respectfully waited for the question that a well-ordered mind would have first propounded. Mary's previous conjecture had been right, then. Boyne must have gone to the gardens to meet her, and since she had missed him, it was clear that he had taken the shorter way by the south door, instead of going round to the court. She crossed the hall to the glass portal opening directly on the yew garden, but the parlor maid, after another moment of inner conflict, decided to bring out recklessly, "Please, madam, Mr. Boyne didn't go that way." Mary turned back. Where did he go, and when? He went out of the front door, up the drive, madam. It was a matter of principle, with Trimmel never to answer more than one question at a time. Up the drive? At this hour? Mary went to the door herself and glanced across the court through the long tunnel of bare limes, but its perspective was as empty as when she had scanned it on entering the house. Did Mr. Boyne leave no message? She asked. Trimmel seemed to surrender herself to a last struggle with the forces of chaos. No, madam. He just went out with the gentleman. The gentleman? What gentleman? Mary wheeled about as if to front this new factor. The gentleman who called, madam, said Trimmel resignedly. When did a gentleman call? Do explain yourself, Trimmel. Only the fact that Mary was very hungry and that she wanted to consult her husband about the greenhouses would have caused her to lay so unusual an injunction on her attendant. And even now, she was detached enough to note in Trimmel's eye the dawning defiance of the respectful subordinate who has been pressed too hard. I couldn't exactly say the hour, madam, because I didn't let the gentleman in, she replied, with the air of magnanimously ignoring the irregularity of her mistress's course. You didn't let him in? No, madam. When the bell rang, I was dressing, and Agnes— Go and ask Agnes, then, Mary interjected. Trimmel still wore her look of patient magnanimity. Agnes would not know, madam, for she had unfortunately burnt her hand in trying the wick of the new lamp from town. Trimmel, as Mary was aware, had always been opposed to the new lamp, and so Mrs. Dockett sent the kitchen maid instead. Mary looked again at the clock. It's after 2. Go and ask the kitchen maid if Mr. Boyne left any word. She went into luncheon without waiting, and Trimmel presently brought her there the kitchen maid's statement that the gentleman had called about 1 o'clock, that Mr. Boyne had gone out with him without leaving any message. The kitchen maid did not even know the caller's name, for he had written it on a slip of paper, which he had folded and handed to her, with the injunction to deliver it at once to Mr. Boyne. Mary finished her luncheon, still wondering, and when it was over, and Trimmel had brought the coffee to the drawing-room, her wonder had deepened to a first faint tinge of disquietude. It was unlike Boyne to absent himself without explanation at so unwonted an hour, and the difficulty of identifying the visitor whose summons he had apparently obeyed made his disappearance the more unaccountable. Mary Boyne's experience as the wife of a busy engineer, subject to sudden calls and compelled to keep irregular hours, had trained her to the philosophic acceptance of surprises. But since Boyne's withdrawal from business, he had adopted a Benedictine regularity of life. As if to make up for the dispersed and agitated years, with their stand-up lunches and dinners rattled down to the joltings of the dining car, he cultivated the last refinements of punctuality and monotony, discouraging his wife's fancy for the unexpected, and declaring that to a delicate taste there were infinite gradations of pleasure in the fixed recurrences of habit. Still, since no life can completely defend itself from the unforeseen, it was evident that all Boyne's precautions would sooner or later prove unavailable, and Mary concluded that he had cut short a tiresome visit by walking with his caller to the station, or at least accompanying him for part of the way. This conclusion relieved her from farther preoccupation, and she went out herself to take up her conference with the gardener. Thence, she walked to the village post office, a mile or so away, and when she turned toward home, the early twilight was setting in. She had taken a footpath across the downs, and as Boyne, meanwhile, had probably returned from the station by the high road, there was little likelihood of their meeting on the way. She felt sure, however, of his having reached the house before her, so sure that, when she entered it herself, Without even pausing to inquire of Trimmel, she made directly for the library. But the library was still empty, and with an unwanted precision of visual memory, she immediately observed that the papers on her husband's desk lay precisely as they had lain when she had gone in to call him to luncheon. Then, of a sudden, she was seized by a vague dread of the unknown. She had closed the door behind her on entering, and as she stood alone in the long, silent, shadowy room, her dread seemed to take shape and sound, to be there, audibly breathing and lurking among the shadows. Her short-sighted eyes strained through them, half discerning an actual presence, something aloof that watched and knew. And in the recoil from that intangible propinquity, she threw herself suddenly on the bell rope and gave it a desperate pull. The long, quavering summons brought Trimmel in precipitately with a lamp, and Mary breathed again at this sobering reappearance of the usual. "You may bring tea if Mr. Boyne is in," she said, to justify her ring. "Very well, madam." "But Mr. Boyne is not in," said Trimmel, putting down the lamp. "Not in? You mean he's come back and gone out again?" "No, madam, he's never been back." The dread stirred again, and Mary knew that now it had her fast. Not since he went out with the gentleman? Not since he went out with the gentleman? But who was the gentleman? Mary gasped out, with the sharp note of someone trying to be heard through a confusion of meaningless noises. "That I couldn't say, madam." Trimmel, standing there by the lamp, seemed suddenly to grow less round and rosy, as though eclipsed by the same creeping shade of apprehension. "But the kitchen maid knows. Wasn't it the kitchen maid who let him in?" "She doesn't know either, madam, for he wrote his name on a folded paper." Mary, through her agitation, was aware that they were both designating the unknown visitor by a vague pronoun, instead of the conventional formula which, till then, had kept their allusions within the bounds of custom. And, at the same moment, her mind caught at the suggestion of the folded paper. But he must have a name. Where is the paper? She moved to the desk and began to turn over the scattered documents that littered it. The first that caught her eye was an unfinished letter in her husband's hand, with his pen lying across it, as though dropped there at a sudden summons. "My dear Parvies," who was Parvies? "I have just received your letter announcing Elwell's death, and, while I suppose there is now no farther risk of trouble, it might be safer." She tossed the sheet aside and continued her search. But no folded paper was discoverable among the letters and pages of manuscript, which had been swept together in a promiscuous heap, as if by a hurried or a startled gesture. But the kitchen maid saw him. "Send her here," she commanded, wondering at her dullness in not thinking sooner of so simple a solution. Trimmel, at the behest, vanished in a flash, as if thankful to be out of the room, and when she reappeared, conducting the agitated underling, Mary had regained her self-possession and had her questions pat. The gentleman was a stranger, yes, that she understood. But what had he said? And, above all, what had he looked like? The first question was easily enough answered, for the disconcerting reason that he had said so little, had merely asked for Mr. Boyne, and, scribbling something on a bit of paper, had requested that it should at once be carried in to him. "Then you don't know what he wrote? You're not sure it was his name?" The kitchen maid was not sure, but supposed it was, since he had written it in answer to her inquiry as to whom she should announce. "And when you carried the paper in to Mr. Boyne, what did he say?" The kitchen maid did not think that Mr. Boyne had said anything, but she could not be sure, for just as she had handed him the paper and he was opening it, she had become aware that the visitor had followed her into the library, and she had slipped out leaving the two gentlemen together. But then, if you left them in the library, how do you know that they went out of the house? This question plunged the witness into momentary inarticulateness, from which she was rescued by Trimmel, who, by means of ingenious circumlocutions, elicited the statement that before she could cross the hall to the back passage, she had heard the gentleman behind her and had seen them go out of the front door together. Then, if you saw the gentleman twice, you must be able to tell me what he looked like. But with this final challenge to her powers of expression, it became clear that the limit of the kitchen maid's endurance had been reached. The obligation of going to the front door to show in a visitor was in itself so subversive of the fundamental order of things that it had thrown her faculties into hopeless disarray, and she could only stammer out after various panting efforts at evocation, "His hat, Mum, was different like, as you might say." Different? How different? Mary flashed out at her, her own mind in the same instant leaping back to an image left on it that morning, but temporarily lost under layers of subsequent impressions. His hat had a wide brim, you mean, and his face was pale. A youngish face? Mary pressed her with a white-lipped intensity of interrogation. But if the kitchen maid found any adequate answer to this challenge, it was swept away for her listener down the rushing current of her own convictions. The stranger in the garden. Why had Mary not thought of him before? She needed no one now to tell her that it was he who had called for her husband and gone away with him. But who was he, and why had Boyne obeyed his call? It leaped out at her suddenly, like a grin out of the dark, that they had often called England so little. Such a confoundedly hard place to get lost in. A confoundedly hard place to get lost in. That had been her husband's phrase. And now, with the whole machinery of official investigation sweeping its flashlights from shore to shore and across the dividing straits, now, with Boyne's name blazing from the walls of every town and village, his portrait, how that wrung her, hawked up and down the country like the image of a hunted criminal. Now the little compact, populous island, so policed, surveyed, and administered, revealed itself as a sphinx-like guardian of abysmal mysteries, staring back into his wife's anguished eyes, as if with the malicious joy of knowing something they would never know. In the fortnight since Boyne's disappearance, there had been no word of him, no trace of his movements. Even the usual misleading reports that raise expectancy in tortured bosoms had been few and fleeting. No one but the bewildered kitchen maid had seen him leave the house, and no one else had seen the gentleman who accompanied him. All inquiries in the neighborhood failed to elicit the memory of a stranger's presence that day in the neighborhood of Ling. And no one had met Edward Boyne, either alone or in company, in any of the neighboring villages, or on the road across the downs, or at either of the local railway stations. The sunny English noon had swallowed him as completely as if he had gone out into Cimmerian night. Mary, while every external means of investigation was working at its highest pressure, had ransacked her husband's papers for any trace of antecedent complications, of entanglements or obligations unknown to her that might throw a faint ray into the darkness. But if any such had existed in the background of Boyne's life, they had disappeared as completely as the slip of paper on which the visitor had written his name. There remained no possible thread of guidance, except, if it were indeed an exception, the letter which Boyne had apparently been in the act of writing when he received his mysterious summons. That letter, read and reread by his wife, and submitted by her to the police, yielded little enough for conjecture to feed on. I have just heard of Elwell's death, and while I suppose there is now no farther risk of trouble, it might be safer. That was all. The risk of trouble was easily explained by the newspaper clipping, which had apprised Mary of the suit brought against her husband by one of his associates in the Blue Star enterprise. The only new information conveyed in the letter was the fact of its showing Boyne, when he wrote it, to be still apprehensive of the results of the suit, though he had assured his wife that it had been withdrawn, and though the letter itself declared that the plaintiff was dead. It took several weeks of exhaustive cabling to fix the identity of the parvee to whom the fragmentary communication was addressed, but even after these inquiries had shown him to be a Waukesha lawyer, no new facts concerning the Elwell suit were elicited. He appeared to have had no direct concern in it, but to have been conversant with the facts merely as an acquaintance and possible intermediary, and he declared himself unable to divine with what object Boyne intended to seek his assistance. This negative information, sole fruit of the first fortnight's feverish search, was not increased by a jot during the slow weeks that followed. Mary knew that the investigations were still being carried on, but she had a vague sense of their gradually slackening, as the actual march of time seemed to slacken. It was as though the days, flying horror-struck from the shrouded image of the one inscrutable day, gained assurance as the distance lengthened, till at last they fell back into their normal gait. And so, with the human imaginations at work on the dark event. No doubt it occupied them still, but week by week and hour by hour it grew less absorbing, took up less space, was slowly but inevitably crowded out of the foreground of consciousness by the new problems perpetually bubbling up from the vaporous cauldron of human experience. Even Mary Boyne's consciousness gradually felt the same lowering of velocity. It still swayed with the incessant oscillations of conjecture, but they were slower, more rhythmical in their beat. There were moments of overwhelming lassitude when, like the victim of some poison which leaves the brain clear but holds the body motionless, she saw herself domesticated with the horror, accepting its perpetual presence as one of the fixed conditions of life. These moments lengthened into hours and days, till she passed into a phase of stolid acquiescence. She watched the familiar routine of life with the incurious eye of a savage, on whom the meaningless processes of civilization make but the faintest impression. She had come to regard herself as part of the routine, a spoke of the wheel, revolving with its motion. She felt almost like the furniture of the room in which she sat, an insensate object to be dusted and pushed about with the chairs and tables. And this deepening apathy held her fast at Ling, in spite of the urgent entreaties of friends and the usual medical recommendation of change. Her friends supposed that her refusal to move was inspired by the belief that her husband would one day return to the spot from which he had vanished, and a beautiful legend grew up about this imaginary state of waiting. But in reality, she had no such belief. The depths of anguish enclosing her were no longer lighted by flashes of hope. She was sure that Boyne would never come back, that he had gone out of her sight as completely as if death itself had waited that day on the threshold. She had even renounced, one by one, the various theories as to his disappearance which had been advanced by the press, the police, and her own agonized imagination. In sheer lassitude, her mind turned from these alternatives of horror and sank back into the blank fact that he was gone. No, she would never know what had become of him. No one would ever know. But the house knew. the library in which she spent her long, lonely evenings knew. For it was here that the last scene had been enacted, here that the stranger had come, and spoken the word which had caused Boyne to rise and follow him. The floor she trod had felt his tread, the books on the shelves had seen his face, and there were moments when the intense consciousness of the old, dusky walls seemed about to break out into some audible revelation of their secret. But the revelation never came, and she knew it would never come. Ling was not one of the garrulous old houses that betray the secrets entrusted to them. Its very legend proved that it had always been the mute accomplice, the incorruptible custodian of the mysteries it had surprised. And Mary Boyne, sitting face to face with its portentous silence, felt the futility of seeking to break it by any human means. I don't say it wasn't straight, yet don't say it was straight. It was business. Mary, at the words, lifted her head with a start and looked intently at the speaker. When, half an hour before, a card with Mr. Parvis on it had been brought up to her, she had been immediately aware that the name had been a part of her consciousness ever since she had read it at the head of Boyne's unfinished letter. In the library, she had found awaiting her a small, neutral-tinted man with a bald head and gold eyeglasses, and it sent a strange tremor through her to know that this was the person to whom her husband's last known thought had been directed. Parva, civilly, but without vain preamble, in the manner of a man who has his watch in his hand, had set forth the object of his visit. He had run over to England on business, and finding himself in the neighborhood of Dorchester, had not wished to leave it without paying his respects to Mrs. Boyne, without asking her, if the occasion offered, what she meant to do about Bob Elwell's family. The words touched the spring of some obscure dread in Mary's bosom. Did her visitor, after all, know what Boyne had meant by his unfinished phrase? She asked for an elucidation of his question, and noticed at once that he seemed surprised at her continued ignorance of the subject. Was it possible that she really knew as little as she said? "I know nothing. You must tell me," she faltered out, and her visitor thereupon proceeded to unfold his story. It threw, even to her confused perceptions and imperfectly initiated vision, a lurid glare on the whole hazy episode of the Blue Star Mine. Her husband had made his money in that brilliant speculation at the cost of getting ahead of someone less alert to seize the chance. The victim of his ingenuity was young Robert Elwell, who had put him on to the Blue Star scheme. Parvi, at Mary's first startled cry, had thrown her a sobering glance through his impartial glasses. Bob Elwell wasn't smart enough, that's all. If he had been, he might have turned round and served Boyne the same way. It's the kind of thing that happens every day in business. "I guess it's what the scientists call the survival of the fittest," said Mr. Parvis, evidently pleased with the aptness of his analogy. Mary felt a physical shrinking from the next question she tried to frame. It was as though the words on her lips had a taste that nauseated her. "But then, you accuse my husband of doing something dishonorable." Mr. Parvis surveyed the question dispassionately. "Oh, no, I don't. I don't even say it wasn't straight." He glanced up and down the long lines of books, as if one of them might have supplied him with the definition he sought. "I don't say it wasn't straight, and yet I don't say it was straight. It was business. After all, no definition in his category could be more comprehensive than that." Mary sat staring at him with a look of terror. He seemed to her like the indifferent, implacable emissary of some dark, formless power. But Mr. Elwell's lawyers apparently did not take your view. since I suppose the suit was withdrawn by their advice. Oh, yes, they knew he hadn't a leg to stand on, technically. It was when they advised him to withdraw the suit that he got desperate. You see, he'd borrowed most of the money he lost in the Blue Star, and he was up a tree. That's why he shot himself when they told him he had no show. The horror was sweeping over Mary in great, deafening waves. He shot himself. He killed himself because of that. Well, he didn't kill himself exactly. He dragged on 2 months before he died. Parvaz emitted the statement as unemotionally as a gramophone grinding out its record. You mean that he tried to kill himself and failed, and tried again? Oh, he didn't have to try again, said Parva grimly. They sat opposite each other in silence, he swinging his eyeglass thoughtfully about his finger. She, motionless, her arms stretched along her knees in an attitude of rigid tension. But if you knew all this, she began at length, hardly able to force her voice above a whisper, how is it that when I wrote you at the time of my husband's disappearance, you said you didn't understand his letter? Parvaz received this without perceptible discomfiture. Why, I didn't understand it, strictly speaking, and it wasn't the time to talk about it if I had. The Elwell business was settled when the suit was withdrawn. Nothing I could have told you would have helped you to find your husband. Mary continued to scrutinize him. Then why are you telling me now? Still, Parva did not hesitate. Well, to begin with, I supposed you knew more than you appear to. I mean, about the circumstances of Elwell's death. And then people are talking of it now. The whole matter's been raked up again. And I thought, if you didn't know, you ought to. She remained silent and he continued. You see, it's only come out lately what a bad state Elwell's affairs were in. His wife's a proud woman, and she fought on as long as she could going out to work and taking sewing at home when she got too sick, something with the heart, I believe. But she had his bedridden mother to look after, and the children, and she broke down under it, and finally had to ask for help. That attracted attention to the case, and the papers took it up, and a subscription was started. Everybody out there liked Bob Elwell, and most of the prominent names in the place are down on the list, and people began to wonder why. Parvaz broke off to fumble in an inner pocket. Here, he continued, here's an account of the whole thing from the Sentinel. A little sensational, of course, but I guess you'd better look it over. He held out a newspaper to Mary, who unfolded it slowly, remembering, as she did so, the evening when in that same room, the perusal of a clipping from the Sentinel had first shaken the depths of her security. As she opened the paper, her eyes, shrinking from the glaring headlines, "Widow of Boyne's victim forced to appeal for aid," ran down the column of text to 2 portraits inserted in it. The first was her husband's, taken from a photograph made the year they had come to England. It was the picture of him that she liked best, the one that stood on the writing table upstairs in her bedroom. As the eyes in the photograph met hers, she felt it would be impossible to read what was said of him, and closed her lids with the sharpness of the pain. I thought, if you felt disposed to put your name down. She heard Parvis continue. She opened her eyes with an effort, and they fell on the other portrait. It was that of a youngish man, slightly built, in rough clothes, with features somewhat blurred by the shadow of a projecting hat brim. Where had she seen that outline before? She stared at it confusedly, her heart hammering in her throat and ears. Then she gave a cry. "This is the man who came for my husband." She heard Parvis start to his feet, and was dimly aware that she had slipped backward into the corner of the sofa, and that he was bending above her in alarm. With an intense effort, she straightened herself and reached out for the paper, which she had dropped. "It's the man! I should know him anywhere!" she cried, in a voice that sounded in her own ears like a scream. Parvis's voice seemed to come to her from far off, down endless, fog-muffled windings. "Mrs. Boyne, you're not very well. Shall I call somebody? Shall I get a glass of water?" "No, no, no." She threw herself toward him, her hand frantically clenching the newspaper. "I tell you, it's the man. I know him. He spoke to me in the garden." Parvaz took the journal from her, directing his glasses to the portrait. "It can't be Mrs. Boyne. It's Robert Elwell. Robert Elwell." Her white stare seemed to travel into space. Then it was Robert Elwell who came for him. Came for Boyne, the day he went away. Parvis's voice dropped as hers rose. He bent over, laying a fraternal hand on her, as if to coax her gently back into her seat. Why, Elwell was dead. Don't you remember? Mary sat with her eyes fixed on the picture, unconscious of what he was saying. Don't you remember Boyne's unfinished letter to me? The one you found on his desk that day? It was written just after he'd heard of Elwell's death. She noticed an odd shake in Parvis's unemotional voice. "Surely you remember that," he urged her. Yes, she remembered. That was the profoundest horror of it. Elwell had died the day before her husband's disappearance, and this was Elwell's portrait. And it was the portrait of the man who had spoken to her in the garden. She lifted her head and looked slowly about the library. The library could have borne witness that it was also the portrait of the man who had come in that day to call Boyne from his unfinished letter. Through the misty surgings of her brain, she heard the faint boom of half-forgotten words. Words spoken by Alida Stair on the lawn at Pangbourne, before Boyne and his wife had ever seen the house at Ling, or had imagined that they might one day live there. "This was the man who spoke to me," she repeated. She looked again at Parvai. He was trying to conceal his disturbance under what he imagined to be an expression of indulgent commiseration, but the edges of his lips were blue. "He thinks me mad, but I'm not mad," she reflected. And suddenly there flashed upon her a way of justifying her strange affirmation. She sat quiet, controlling the quiver of her lips and waiting till she could trust her voice to keep its habitual level. Then she said, looking straight at Parvis, "Will you answer me one question, please? When was it that Robert Elwell tried to kill himself?" When? Parvis stammered. "Yes, the date. Please try to remember." She saw that he was growing still more afraid of her. "I have a reason," she insisted gently. Yes, only I can't remember. About 2 months before, I should say. I want the date," she repeated. Parvat picked up the newspaper. "We might see here," he said, still humoring her. He ran his eyes down the page. "Here it is. Last October, She caught the words from him. "The 20th, wasn't it?" With a sharp look at her, he verified. "Yes, the 20th. Then you did know." "I know now." Her white stare continued to travel past him. "Sunday, the 20th, that was the day he came first." Harvey's voice was almost inaudible. "Came here first?" "Yes." "You saw him twice then?" "Yes, twice." She breathed it at him with dilated eyes. "He came first on the 20th of October. I remember the date because it was the day we went up Meldon Steep for the first time." She felt a faint gasp of inward laughter at the thought that but for that she might have forgotten. Parva continued to scrutinize her, as if trying to intercept her gaze. "We saw him from the roof," she went on. "He came down the Lime Avenue toward the house. He was dressed just as he is in that picture. My husband saw him first. He was frightened and ran down ahead of me, but there was no one there. He had vanished. Elwell had vanished? Parvis faltered. Yes. Their two whispers seemed to grope for each other. I couldn't think what had happened. I see now. He tried to come then, but he wasn't dead enough. He couldn't reach us. He had to wait for 2 months, and then he came back again, and Ned went with him. She nodded at Parva, with the look of triumph of a child who has successfully worked out a difficult puzzle. But suddenly, she lifted her hands with a desperate gesture, pressing them to her bursting temples. Oh, my God! I sent him to Ned. I told him where to go. I sent him to this room, she screamed out. She felt the walls of the room rush toward her, like inward falling ruins. And she heard Parvas a long way off, as if through the ruins, crying to her and struggling to get at her. But she was numb to his touch. She did not know what he was saying. Through the tumult, she heard but one clear note. The voice of Elida Stair speaking on the lawn at Pangbourne. "You won't know till afterward," it said. "You won't know till long, long afterward." The letters. I upped the long hill from the station at St. Cloud. Lizzie West climbed in, the cold spring sunshine. As she breasted the incline, she noticed the first waves of wisteria over courtyard railings and the high lights of new foliage against the walls of ivy-matted gardens. And she thought again, as she had thought 100 times before, that she had never seen so beautiful a spring. She was on her way to the Deering's house in a street near the hilltop, and every step was dear and familiar to her. She went there 5 times a week to teach little Juliet Deering, the daughter of Mr. Vincent Deering, the distinguished American artist. Juliet had been her pupil for 2 years, and day after day, during that time, Lizzie West had mounted the hill in all weathers, sometimes with her umbrella bent against a driving rain, sometimes with her frail cotton parasol unfurled beneath a fiery sun, sometimes with the snow soaking through her patched boots, or a bitter wind piercing her thin jacket, sometimes with the dust whirling about her and bleaching the flowers of the poor little hat that had to carry her through till next summer. At first, the ascent had seemed tedious enough, as dull as the trudge to her other lessons. Lizzie was not a heaven-sent teacher. She had no born zeal for her calling, and though she dealt kindly and dutifully with her pupils, she did not fly to them on winged feet. But one day, something had happened to change the face of life. And since then, the climb to the Deering house had seemed like a dream flight up a heavenly stairway. Her heart beat faster as she remembered it, no longer in a tumult of fright and self-reproach, but softly, peacefully, as if brooding over a possession that none could take from her. It was on a day of the previous October that she had stopped, after Juliet's lesson, to ask if she might speak to Juliet's papa. One had always to apply to Mr. Deering if there was anything to be said about the lessons. Mrs. Deering lay on her lounge upstairs, reading greasy relays of dog-eared novels, the choice of which she left to the cook and the nurse, who were always fetching them for her from the cabinet de lecture. And it was understood in the house that she was not to be bothered about Juliet. Mr. Deering's interest in his daughter was fitful rather than consecutive, but at least he was approachable and listened sympathetically, if a little absently, stroking his long fair mustache, while Lizzie stated her difficulty or put in her plea for maps or copybooks. Yes, yes, of course, whatever you think right, he would always assent, sometimes drawing a 5-franc piece from his pocket and laying it carelessly on the table, or oftener saying with his charming smile, "Get what you please, and just put it on your account, you know." But this time, Lizzie had not come to ask for maps or copybooks, or even to hint in crimson misery, as once, poor soul, she had had to do. That Mr. Deering had overlooked her last little account, had probably not noticed that she had left it, some 2 months earlier, on a corner of his littered writing table. That hour had been bad enough, though he had done his best to make it easy to carry it off gallantly and gaily. But this was infinitely worse, for she had come to complain of her pupil, to say that much as she loved little Juliet, it was useless, unless Mr. Deering could do something to go on with the lessons. "It wouldn't be honest. I should be robbing you. I'm not sure that I haven't already." She half laughed, through mounting tears, as she put her case. Little Juliet would not work, would not obey. Her poor, little drifting existence floated aimlessly between the kitchen and the lingerie, and all the groping tendrils of her curiosity were fastened about the doings of the back stairs. It was the same kind of curiosity that Mrs. Deering, overhead in her drug-scented room, lavished on her dog-eared novels and on the society notes of the morning paper. But since Juliet's horizon was not yet wide enough to embrace these loftier objects, her interest was centered in the anecdotes that Celeste and Suzanne brought back from the market and the library. That these were not always of an edifying nature, the child's artless prattle too often betrayed. But unhappily, they occupied her fancy to the complete exclusion of such nourishing items as dates and dynasties and the sources of the principal European rivers. At length, the crisis became so acute that poor Lizzie felt herself bound to resign her charge or ask Mr. Deering's intervention. And, for Juliet's sake, she chose the harder alternative. It was hard to speak to him, not only because one hated still more to ascribe it to such vulgar causes, but because one blushed to bring them to the notice of a spirit engaged with higher things. Mr. Deering was very busy at that moment. He had a new picture on, and Lizzie entered the studio with the flutter of one profanely intruding on some sacred rite. She almost heard the rustle of retreating wings as she approached. And then, how differently it had all turned out. Perhaps it wouldn't have if she hadn't been such a goose. She, who so seldom cried, so prided herself on a stoic control of her little twittering cageful of feelings. But if she had cried, it was because he had looked at her so kindly, so softly, and because she had nevertheless felt him so pained and shamed by what she said. The pain, of course, lay for both in the implication behind her words, in the one word they left unspoken. If little Juliet was as she was, it was because of the mother upstairs, the mother who had given her child her futile impulses and grudged her the care that might have guided them. The wretched case so obviously revolved in its own vicious circle that when Mr. Deering had murmured, "Of course, if my wife were not an invalid," they both turned with a simultaneous spring to the flagrant bad example of Celeste and Suzanne, fastening on that with a mutual insistence that ended in his crying out, "All the more, then, how can you leave her to them?" "But if I do her no good," Lizzie wailed, and it was then that, when he took her hand and assured her gently, "But you do, it was then that, in the traditional phrase, she broke down, and her conventional protest quivered off into tears. "You do me good, at any rate. You make the house seem less like a desert," she heard him say, and the next moment she felt herself drawn to him, and they kissed each other through her weeping. They kissed each other. There was the new fact. One does not. If one is a poor little teacher living in Madame Clopin's pension Suisse at Passy, and if one has pretty brown hair, and eyes that reach out trustfully to other eyes. One does not, under these common but defenseless conditions, arrive at the age of 25 without being now and then kissed, waylaid once by a noisy student between two doors, surprised once by one's gray-bearded professor as one bent over the theme he was correcting. But these episodes, if they tarnish the surface, do not reach the heart. It is not the kiss endured, but the kiss returned, that lives. And Lizzie West's first kiss was for Vincent Deering. As she drew back from it, something new awoke in her, something deeper than the fright and the shame, and the penitent thought of Mrs. Deering. A sleeping germ of life thrilled and unfolded, and started out blindly to seek the sun. She might have felt differently, perhaps. The shame and penitence might have prevailed, had she not known him so kind and tender, and guessed him so baffled, poor, and disappointed. She knew the failure of his married life, and she divined a corresponding failure in his artistic career. Lizzie, who had made her own faltering snatch at the same laurels, brought her thwarted proficiency to bear on the question of his pictures, which she judged to be extremely brilliant, but suspected of having somehow failed to affirm their merit publicly. She understood that he had tasted an earlier moment of success, a mention, a medal, something official and tangible. Then the tide of publicity had somehow set the other way and left him stranded in a noble isolation. It was extraordinary and unbelievable that anyone so naturally eminent and exceptional should have been subject to the same vulgar necessities that governed her own life, should have known poverty and obscurity and indifference. But she gathered that this had been the case, and felt that it formed the miraculous link between them. For through what medium less revealing than that of shared misfortune would he ever have perceived so inconspicuous an object as herself? And she recalled now how gently his eyes had rested on her from the first, the gray eyes that might have seemed mocking if they had not been so gentle. She remembered how he had met her the first day, when Mrs. Deering's inevitable headache had prevented her from receiving the new teacher, and how his few questions had at once revealed his interest in the little stranded compatriot, doomed to earn a precarious living so far from her native shore. Sweet as the moment of unburdening had been, she wondered afterward what had determined it. How she, so shy and sequestered, had found herself letting slip her whole poverty-stricken story, even to the avowal of the ineffectual artistic tendencies that had drawn her to Paris, and had then left her there to the dry task of tuition. She wondered at first, but she understood now. She understood everything after he had kissed her. It was simply because he was as kind as he was great. She thought of this now as she mounted the hill in the spring sunshine, and she thought of all that had happened since. The intervening months, as she looked back at them, were merged in a vast golden haze, through which here and there rose the outline of a shining island. The haze was the general enveloping sense of his love, and the shining islands were the days they had spent together. They had never kissed again under his own roof. Lizzie's professional honor had a keen edge, but she had been spared the vulgar necessity of making him feel it. It was of the essence of her fatality that he always understood, when his failing to do so might have imperiled his hold on her. But her Thursdays and Sundays were free, and it soon became a habit to give them to him. She knew, for her peace of mind, only too much about pictures, and galleries and churches had been the one bright outlet from the grayness of her personal atmosphere. For poetry, too, and the other imaginative forms of literature, She had always felt more than she had hitherto had occasion to betray, and now all these folded sympathies shot out their tendrils to the light. Mr. Deering knew how to express with unmatched clearness and competence the thoughts that trembled in her mind. To talk with him was to soar up into the azure on the outspread wings of his intelligence and look down dizzily, yet distinctly, on all the wonders and glories of the world. She was a little ashamed, sometimes, to find how few definite impressions she brought back from these flights, but that was doubtless because her heart beat so fast when he was near, and his smile made his words like a long quiver of light. Afterward, in quieter hours, fragments of their talk emerged in her memory with wondrous precision, every syllable as minutely chiseled as some of the delicate objects in crystal or ivory that he pointed out in the museums they frequented. It was always a puzzle to Lizzie that some of their hours should be so blurred and others so vivid. On the morning in question, she was reliving all these memories with unusual distinctness, for it was a fortnight since she had seen her friend. Mrs. Deering, some 6 weeks previously, had gone to visit a relation at St. Raphael, and, after she had been a month absent, her husband and the little girl had joined her. Lizzie's adieu to Deering had been made on a rainy afternoon, in the damp corridors of the aquarium at the Trocadero. She could not receive him at her own Hack's pension. That a teacher should be visited by the father of a pupil, especially when that father was still, as Madame Clopin said with Cibienne, was against that lady's austere Helvetian code. From Deering's first tentative hint of another solution, Lizzie had recoiled in a wild, unreasoned flurry of all her scruples. He took her no, 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 as he took all her twists and turns of conscience, with eyes half tender and half mocking, and an instant acquiescence which was the finest homage to the lady she felt he divined and honored in her. So they continued to meet in museums and galleries, or to extend, on fine days, their explorations to the suburbs, where now and then, in the solitude of grove or garden, the kiss renewed itself, fleeting, isolated, or prolonged in a shy, silent pressure of the hand. But on the day of his leave-taking, the rain kept them under cover, and as they threaded the subterranean windings of the aquarium, and Lizzie looked unseeingly at the monstrous faces glaring at her through walls of glass, she felt like a poor, drowned wretch at the bottom of the sea, with all her glancing, sunlit memories rolling over her like the waves of its surface. You'll never see him again. Never see him again. The waves boomed in her ears through his last words. And when she had said goodbye to him at the corner and had scrambled, wet and shivering, into the Passy omnibus, its great grinding wheels took up the derisive burden. Never see him again. All that was only 2 weeks ago, and here she was, as happy as a lark, mounting the hill to his door in the spring sunshine. So weak, a heart did not deserve such a radiant fate, and Lizzie said to herself that she would never again distrust her star. 2. The cracked bell tinkled sweetly through her heart as she stood listening for the scamper of Juliet's feet. Juliet, anticipating the laggard Suzanne, almost always opened the door for her governess, not from any unnatural zeal to hasten the hour of her studies, but from the irrepressible desire to see what was going on in the street. But on this occasion, Lizzie listened vainly for a step, and at length gave the bell another twitch. Doubtless, some unusually absorbing incident had detained the child below stairs. Thus only could her absence be explained. A third ring produced no response, and Lizzie, full of dawning fears, drew back to look up at the shabby, blistered house. She saw that the studio shutters stood wide, and then noticed, without surprise, that Mrs. Deering's were still unopened. No doubt Mrs. Deering was resting after the fatigue of the journey. Instinctively, Lizzie's eyes turned again to the studio, and as she looked, she saw Deering at the window. He caught sight of her, and an instant later came to the door. He looked paler than usual, and she noticed that he wore a black coat. I rang and rang. "Where is Juliet?" He looked at her gravely, almost solemnly. Then, without answering, he led her down the passage to the studio and closed the door when she had entered. "My wife is dead. She died suddenly 10 days ago. Didn't you see it in the papers?" Lizzie, with a little cry, sank down on the rickety divan. She seldom saw a newspaper since she could not afford one for her own perusal, and those supplied to the pension Clopin were usually in the hands of its more privileged lodgers till long after, the hour when she set out on her morning round. "No, I didn't see it," she stammered. Deering was silent. He stood a little way off, twisting an unlit cigarette in his hand and looking down at her with a gaze that was both hesitating and constrained. She, too, felt the constraint of the situation, the impossibility of finding words that, after what had passed between them, should seem neither false nor heartless. And at last she exclaimed, standing up, "Poor little Juliet! Can't I go to her? Juliet is not here. I left her at St. Raphael with the relations with whom my wife was staying." "Oh," Lizzie murmured, feeling vaguely that this added to the difficulty of the moment. How differently she had pictured their meeting. "I'm so sorry for her," she faltered out. Deering made no reply, but, turning on his heel, walked the length of the studio and then halted vaguely before the picture on the easel. It was the landscape he had begun the previous autumn, with the intention of sending it to the salon that spring. But it was still unfinished, seemed indeed hardly more advanced than on the fateful October day when Lizzie, standing before it for the first time, had confessed her inability to deal with Juliet. Perhaps the same thought struck its creator, for he broke into a dry laugh and turned from the easel with a shrug. Under his protracted silence, Lizzie roused herself to the fact that, since her pupil was absent, there was no reason for her remaining any longer. And as Deering again moved toward her, she said with an effort, "I'll go then. You'll send for me when she comes back?" Deering still hesitated, tormenting the cigarette between his fingers. "She's not coming back, not at present." Lizzie heard him with a drop of the heart. Was everything to be changed in their lives? But of course, how could she have dreamed it would be otherwise? She could only stupidly repeat, "Not coming back? Not this spring?" Probably not, since her friends are so good as to keep her. The fact is, I've got to go to America. My wife left a little property, a few pennies, that I must go and see to, for the child. Lizzie stood before him, a cold knife in her breast. I see, she reiterated, feeling all the while that she strained her eyes into impenetrable blackness. "It's a nuisance, having to pull up stakes," he went on, with a fretful glance about the studio. She lifted her eyes slowly to his face. "Shall you be gone long?" She took courage to ask. "There again, I can't tell. It's all so frightfully mixed up." He met her look for an incredibly long, strange moment. "I hate to go," he murmured as if to himself. Lizzie felt a rush of moisture to her lashes and the old, familiar wave of weakness at her heart. She raised her hand to her face with an instinctive gesture, and as she did so, he held out his arms. "Come here, Lizzie," he said. And she went with a sweet, wild throb of liberation, with the sense that at last the house was his, that she was his, if he wanted her. that never again would that silent, rebuking presence in the room above constrain and shame her rapture. He pushed back her veil and covered her face with kisses. "Don't cry, you little goose," he said. 3. That they must see each other again before his departure, in some place less exposed than their usual haunts, was as clear to Lizzie as it appeared to be to Deering. His expressing the wish seemed indeed the sweetest testimony to the quality of his feeling, since, in the first weeks of the most perfunctory widowerhood, a man of his stamp is presumed to abstain from light adventures. If, then, at such a moment, he wished so much to be quietly and gravely with her, it could be only for reasons she did not call by name, but of which she felt the sacred tremor in her heart. And it would have seemed incredibly vain and vulgar to put forward, at such a crisis, the conventional objections by means of which such little exposed existences defend the treasure of their freshness. In such a mood as this, one may descend from the passy omnibus at the corner of the Pont de la Concorde. She had not let him fetch her in a cab, with a sense of dedication almost solemn, and may advance to meet one's fate in the shape of a gentleman of melancholy elegance, with an auto-taxi at his call as one has advanced to the altar steps in some girlish bridal vision. Even the experienced waiter ushering them into an upper room of the quiet restaurant on the Seine could hardly have supposed their quest for seclusion to be based on sentimental motives, so soberly did Deering give his orders, while his companion sat small and grave at his side. She did not indeed mean to let her private pang obscure their hour together. She was already learning that Deering shrank from sadness. He should see that she had courage and gaiety to face their coming separation, and yet give herself meanwhile to this completer nearness. But she waited, as always, for him to strike the opening note. Looking back at it later, she wondered at the mild suavity of the hour. Her heart was unversed in happiness, but he had found the tone to lull her apprehensions and make her trust her fate for any golden wonder. Deepest of all, he gave her the sense of something tacit and confirmed between them, as if his tenderness were a habit of the heart hardly needing the support of outward proof. Such proof as he offered came, therefore, as a kind of crowning luxury, the flower of a profoundly rooted sentiment. And here again, the instinctive reserves and defenses would have seemed to vulgarize what his trust ennobled. But if all the tender casuistries of her heart were at his service, he took no grave advantage of them. Even when they sat alone after dinner, with the lights of the river trembling through their one low window, and the vast rumor of Paris enclosing them in a heart of silence, he seemed as much as herself under the spell of hallowing influences. She felt it most of all as she yielded to the arm he presently put about her, to the long caress he laid on her lips and eyes. Not a word or gesture missed the note of quiet union, or cast a doubt in retrospect on the pact they sealed with their last look. That pact, as she reviewed it through a sleepless night, seemed to have consisted mainly, on his part, in pleadings for full and frequent news of her, on hers in the assurance that it should be given as often as he asked it. She had felt an intense desire not to betray any undue eagerness, any crude desire to affirm and define her hold on him. Her life had given her a certain acquaintance with the arts of defense. Girls in her situation were commonly supposed to know them all, and to use them as occasion called. But Lizzie's very need of them had intensified her disdain, just because she was so poor, and had always, materially, so to count her change and calculate her margin, she would at least know the joy of emotional prodigality, would give her heart as recklessly as the rich their millions. She was sure now that Deering loved her, and if he had seized the occasion of their farewell to give her some definitely worded sign of his feeling, if, more plainly, he had asked her to marry him, His doing so would have seemed less like a proof of his sincerity than of his suspecting in her the need of a verbal warrant. That he had abstained seemed to show that he trusted her as she trusted him, and that they were one most of all in this deep security of understanding. She had tried to make him divine all this in the chariness of her promise to write. She would write, of course she would. But he would be busy, preoccupied, on the move. It was for him to let her know when he wished a word, to spare her the embarrassment of ill-timed intrusions. Intrusions? He had smiled the word away. You can't well intrude, my darling, on a heart where you're already established, to the complete exclusion of other lodgers. And then, taking her hands and looking up from them into her happy, dizzy eyes, "You don't know much about being in love, do you, Lizzie?" He laughingly ended. It seemed easy enough to reject this imputation in a kiss, but she wondered afterward if she had not deserved it. Was she really cold and conventional, and did other women give more richly and recklessly? She found that it was possible to turn about every one of her reserves and delicacies so that they looked like selfish scruples and petty pruderies, and at this game she came in time to exhaust all the resources of an overabundant casuistry. Meanwhile, the first days after Deering's departure wore a soft, refracted light, like the radiance lingering after sunset. He, at any rate, was taxable, with no reserves, no calculations, and his letters of farewell from train and steamer filled her with long murmurs and echoes of his presence. How he loved her, and how he knew how to tell her so. She was not sure of possessing the same aptitude. Unused to the expression of personal emotion, she fluctuated between the impulse to pour out all she felt and the fear lest her extravagance should amuse or even bore him. She never lost the sense that what was to her the central crisis of experience must be a mere episode in a life so predestined as his to romantic accidents. All that she felt and said would be subjected to the test of comparison with what others had already given him. From all quarters of the globe, she saw passionate missives winging their way toward Deering, for whom her poor little swallow flight of devotion could certainly not make a summer. But such moments were succeeded by others, in which she raised her head and dared inwardly to affirm her conviction that no woman had ever loved him just as she had, and that none, therefore, had probably found just such things to say to him. And this conviction strengthened the other less solidly based belief that he, also, for the same reason, had found new accents to express his tenderness, and that the 3 letters she wore all day in her shabby blouse and hid all night beneath her pillow surpassed not only in beauty, but in quality, all he had ever penned for other eyes. They gave her, at any rate, during the weeks that she wore them on her heart, sensations even more complex and delicate than Deering's actual presence had ever occasioned. To be with him was always like breasting a bright, rough sea that blinded while it buoyed her, but his letters formed a still pool of contemplation, above which she could bend and see the reflection of the sky and the myriad movements of life that flitted and gleamed below the surface. The wealth of his hidden life, that was what most surprised her. It was incredible to her now that she had had no inkling of it, but had kept on blindly along the narrow track of habit, like a traveler climbing a road in a fog, who suddenly finds himself on a sunlit crag between blue leagues of sky and dizzy depths of valley. And the odd thing was that all the people about her, the whole world of the Passy pension, were still plodding along the same dull path, preoccupied with the pebbles underfoot, and unconscious of the glory beyond the fog. There were wild hours when she longed to cry out to them what one saw from the summit, and hours of tremulous abasement when she asked herself why her happy feet had been guided there, while others, no doubt as worthy, stumbled and blundered in obscurity. She felt, in particular, a sudden urgent pity for the 2 or 3 other girls at Madame Clopin's, girls older, duller, less alive than she, and by that very token, more appealingly flung upon her sympathy. Would they ever know? Had they ever known? Those were the questions that haunted her as she crossed her companions on the stairs, faced them at the dinner table, and listened to their poor, pining talk in the dim-lit, slippery-seated Asche salon. One of the girls was Swiss, the other English. The third, Andorra Macy, was a young lady from the southern states who was studying French with the ultimate object of imparting it to the inmates of a girls' school at Macon, Georgia. Andorra Macy was pale, faded, immature. She had a drooping southern accent and a manner which fluctuated between arch audacity and fits of panicky hauteur. She yearned to be admired and feared to be insulted, and yet seemed tragically conscious that she was destined to miss both these extremes of sensation, or to enjoy them only at second hand in the experiences of her more privileged friends. It was perhaps for this reason that she took a wistful interest in Lizzie, who had shrunk from her at first, as the depressing image of her own probable future, but to whom she had now suddenly become an object of sentimental pity. If Miss Macy's room was next to Miss West's, and the Southerner's knock often appealed to Lizzie's hospitality when Madame Clopin's early curfew had driven her boarders from the salon. It sounded thus one evening, just as Lizzie, tired from an unusually long day of tuition, was in the act of removing her dress. She was in too indulgent a mood to withhold her "come in," and as Miss Macy crossed the threshold, Lizzie felt that Vincent Deering's first letter, the letter from the train, had slipped from her loosened bodice to the floor. Miss Macy, as promptly noting the fact, darted forward to recover the letter. Lizzie stooped also, fiercely jealous of her touch, but the other reached the precious paper first, and as she seized it, Lizzie knew that she had seen whence it fell, and was weaving round the incident a rapid web of romance. Lizzie blushed with annoyance. It's too stupid, having no pockets. If one gets a letter as she's going out in the morning, she has to carry it in her blouse all day. Miss Macy looked at her with swimming eyes. It's warm from your heart, she breathed, reluctantly yielding up the missive. Lizzie laughed, for she knew better. She knew it was the letter that had warmed her heart. Poor Andorra Macy. She would never know. Her bleak bosom would never take fire from such a contact. Lizzie looked at her with kind eyes, secretly chafing at the injustice of fate. The next evening, on her return home, she found Andorra hovering in the entrance hall. "I thought you'd like me to put this in your own hand," Miss Macy whispered significantly, pressing a letter upon Lizzie. "I couldn't bear to see it lying on the table with the others." It was Deering's letter from the steamer. Lizzie blushed to the forehead, but without resenting Andorra's divination. She could not have breathed a word of her bliss, but she was not altogether sorry to have it guessed, and pity for Andorra's destitution yielded to the pleasure of using it as a mirror for her own abundance. Deering wrote again on reaching New York, a long, fond, dissatisfied letter, vague in its indication of his own projects, specific in the expression of his love. Lizzie brooded over every syllable of it, till they formed the undercurrent of all her waking thoughts, and murmured through her midnight dreams. But she would have been happier if they had shed some definite light on the future. That would come, no doubt, when he had had time to look about and get his bearings. She counted up the days that must elapse before she received his next letter, and stole down early to peep at the papers and learn when the next American mail was due. At length, the happy date arrived, and she hurried distractedly through the day's work, trying to conceal her impatience by the endearments she bestowed upon her pupils. It was easier in her present mood to kiss them than to keep them at their grammars. That evening, on Madame Clopin's threshold, her heart beat so wildly that she had to lean a moment against the doorpost before entering. But on the hall table, where the letters lay, there was none for her. She went over them with a feverish hand, her heart dropping down and down, as she had sometimes fallen down an endless stairway in a dream, the very same stairway up which she had seemed to fly when she climbed the long hill to Deering's door. Then it suddenly struck her that Andorra might have found and secreted her letter, and with a spring she was on the actual stairs and rattling Miss Macy's door handle. "You've a letter for me, haven't you?" she panted. Miss Macy, turning from the toilet table, enclosed her in attenuated arms. "Oh, darling, did you expect one today?" "Do give it to me," Lizzie pleaded with burning eyes. "But I haven't any. There hasn't been a sign of a letter for you." "I know there is. There must be," Lizzie persisted, stamping her foot. "But dearest, I've watched for you, and there's been nothing, absolutely nothing." Day after day, for the ensuing weeks, the same scene reenacted itself with endless variations. Lizzie, after the first sharp spasm of disappointment, made no effort to conceal her anxiety from Miss Macy, and the fond Andorra was charged to keep a vigilant eye upon the postman's coming and to spy on the bone for possible negligence or perfidy. But these elaborate precautions remained fruitless, and no letter from Deering came. During the first fortnight of silence, Lizzie exhausted all the ingenuities of explanation. She marveled afterward at the reasons she had found for Deering's silence. There were moments when she almost argued herself into thinking it more natural than his continuing to write. There was only one reason which her intelligence consistently rejected, and that was the possibility that he had forgotten her, that the whole episode had faded from his mind like a breath from a mirror. From that, she resolutely turned her thoughts, aware that if she suffered herself to contemplate it, the motive power of life would fail, and she would no longer understand why she rose up in the morning and lay down at night. If she had had leisure to indulge her anguish, she might have been unable to keep such speculations at bay. But she had to be up and working. The blanchisseurs had to be paid, and Madame Clopin's weekly bill, and all the little extras that even her frugal habits had to reckon with. And in the depths of her thought dwelt the dogging fear of illness and incapacity, goading her to work while she could. She hardly remembered the time when she had been without that fear. It was second nature now, and it kept her on her feet when other incentives might have failed. In the blankness of her misery, she felt no dread of death, but the horror of being ill and dependent was in her blood. In the first weeks of silence, she wrote again and again to Deering, entreating him for a word, for a mere sign of life. From the first, she had shrunk from seeming to assert any claim on his future. Yet, in her aching bewilderment, she now charged herself with having been too possessive, too exacting in her tone. She told herself that his fastidiousness shrank from any but a light touch, and that hers had not been light enough. She should have kept to the character of the little friend, the artless consciousness in which tormented genius may find an escape from its complexities. And instead, she had dramatized their relation, exaggerated her own part in it, presumed, forsooth, to share the front of the stage with him instead of being content to serve as scenery or chorus. But though to herself, she admitted, and even insisted on, the episodical nature of the experience, on the fact that for Deering it could be no more than an incident, she was still convinced that his sentiment for her, however fugitive, had been genuine. His had not been the attitude of the unscrupulous male seeking a vulgar advantage. For a moment, he had really needed her, and if he was silent now, it was perhaps because he feared that she had mistaken the nature of the need and built vain hopes on its possible duration. It was of the very essence of Lizzie's devotion that it sought instinctively the larger freedom of its object. She could not conceive of love under any form of exaction or compulsion. To make this clear to Deering became an overwhelming need, and in a last short letter, she explicitly freed him from whatever sentimental obligation its predecessors might have seemed to impose. In this studied communication, she playfully accused herself of having unwittingly sentimentalized their relation, affirming, in self-defense, a retrospective astuteness, a sense of the impermanence of the tenderer sentiments that almost put Deering in the fatuous position of having mistaken coquetry for surrender. And she ended gracefully with a plea for the continuance of the friendly regard which she had always understood to be the basis of their sympathy. The document, when completed, seemed to her worthy of what she conceived to be Deering's conception of a woman of the world, and she found a spectral satisfaction in the thought of making her final appearance before him in that distinguished character. But she was never destined to learn what effect the appearance produced, for the letter, like those it sought to excuse, remained unanswered. The fresh spring sunshine which had so often attended Lizzie Weston, her dusty climb up the hill of St. Cloud, beamed on her some 2 years later, in a scene and a situation of altered import. The horse chestnuts of the Champs-Élysées filtered its rays through the symmetrical umbrage, enclosing the graveled space about Doran's restaurant, and Miss West, seated at a table within that privileged circle, presented to the light a hat much better able to sustain its scrutiny than those which had sheltered the brow of Juliet Deering's instructress. Her dress was in keeping with the hat, and both belonged to a situation rich in such possibilities as the act of a leisurely luncheon at Doran's in the opening week of the salon. Her companions, of both sexes, confirmed and emphasized this impression by an elaborateness of garb and an ease of attitude implying the largest range of selection between the forms of Parisian idleness, and even Andorra Macy, seated opposite, as in the place of co-hostess or companion, reflected, in coy grays and mauves, the festal note of the occasion. This note reverberated persistently in the ears of a solitary gentleman, straining for glimpses of the group from a table wedged in the remotest corner of the garden. But to Miss West herself, the occurrence did not rise above the usual. For nearly a year, she had been acquiring the habit of such situations, and the act of offering a luncheon at Doran's to her cousins, the Harvey Merces of Providence, and their friend Mr. Jackson Ben, produced in her no emotion beyond the languid glow which Mr. Ben's presence was beginning to impart to such scenes. "It's frightful, the way you've got used to it," Andorra Macy had wailed in the first days of her friend's transfigured fortune, when Lizzie West had waked one morning to find herself among the heirs of an old and miserly cousin, whose testamentary dispositions had formed, since her earliest childhood, the subject of pleasantry and conjecture in her own improvident family. Old Hezron Mears had never given any sign of life to the luckless Wests, had perhaps hardly been conscious of including them in the carefully drawn will, which, following the old American convention, scrupulously divided his hoarded millions among his kin. It was by a mere genealogical accident that Lizzie, falling just within the golden circle, found herself possessed of a pittance sufficient to release her from the prospect of a long, gray future in Madame Clopin's pension. The release had seemed wonderful at first, yet she presently found that it had destroyed her former world without giving her a new one. On the ruins of the old pension life bloomed the only flower that had ever sweetened her path, and beyond the sense of present ease and the removal of anxiety for the future, her reconstructed existence blossomed with no compensating joys. She had hoped great things from the opportunity to rest, to travel, to look about her, above all, in various artful, feminine ways, to be nice to the companions of her less privileged state. But such widenings of scope left her, as it were, but the more conscious of the empty margin of personal life beyond them. It was not till she woke to the leisure of her new days that she had the full sense of what was gone from them. Their very emptiness made her strain to pack them with transient sensations. She was like the possessor of an unfurnished house, with random furniture and bric-a-brac perpetually pouring in on approval. It was in this experimental character that Mr. Jackson Ben had fixed her attention, and the languid effort of her imagination to adjust him to her requirements was seconded by the fond complicity of Andorra and the smiling approval of her cousins. Lizzie did not discourage these demonstrations. She suffered serenely Andora's allusions to Mr. Ben's infatuation and Mrs. Mears's casual boast of his business standing. All the better if they could drape his narrow, square-shouldered frame and round, unwinking countenance in the trailing mists of sentiment. Lizzie looked and listened, not unhopeful of the miracle. I never saw anything like the way these Frenchmen stare. Doesn't it make you nervous, Lizzie? Mrs. Mears broke out suddenly, ruffling her feather boa about an outraged bosom. Mrs. Mears was still in that stage of development when her countrywomen tasted to the full the peril of being exposed to the gaze of the licentious Gaul. Lizzie roused herself from the contemplation of Mr. Ben's round baby cheeks and the square blue jaw resting on his perpendicular collar. "Is someone staring at me?" she asked with a smile. "Don't turn round, whatever you do. There, just over there, between the rhododendrons, the tall, fair man alone at that table. Really, Harvey, I think you ought to speak to the head waiter or something. Though I suppose in one of these places they'd only laugh at you," Mrs. Mears shudderingly concluded. Her husband, as if inclining to this probability, continued the undisturbed dissection of his chicken wing. But Mr. Ben, perhaps aware that his situation demanded a more punctilious attitude, sternly revolved upon the parapet of his high collar in the direction of Mrs. Mears's glance. "What, that fellow all alone over there? Why, he's not French. He's an American," he then proclaimed with a perceptible relaxing of the facial muscles. "Oh," murmured Mrs. Mears, as perceptibly disappointed, and Mr. Ben continued carelessly. "He came over on the steamer with me. He's some kind of an artist, a fellow named Deering. He was staring at me, I guess, wondering whether I was going to remember him. Why, how did he do? How are you? Why, yes, of course, with pleasure. My friends, Mrs. Harvey Mears, Mr. Mears, my friends Miss Macy and Miss West. I have the pleasure of knowing Miss West," said Vincent Deering with a smile. 6. Even through his smile, Lizzie had seen in the first moment how changed he was, and the impression of the change deepened to the point of pain when, a few days later, in reply to his brief note, she accorded him a private hour. That the first sight of his writing, the first answer to his letters, should have come after 3 long years, in the shape of this impersonal line, too curt to be called humble, yet confessing to a consciousness of the past by the studied avoidance of its language. As she read, her mind flashed back over what she had dreamed his letters would be, over the exquisite answers she had composed above his name. There was nothing exquisite in the conventional lines before her, but dormant nerves began to throb again at the mere touch of the paper he had touched, and she threw the little note into the fire before she dared to reply to it. Now that he was actually before her again, he became, as usual, the one live spot in her consciousness. Once more, her tormented, throbbing self sank back passive and numb, but now, with all its power of suffering mysteriously transferred to the presence, so known, yet so unknown, at the opposite corner of her hearth. She was still Lizzie West, and he was still Vincent Deering, but the sticks rolled between them, and she saw his face through its fog. It was his face, really, rather than his words that told her, as she furtively studied it, the tale of failure and slow discouragement which had so blurred its handsome lines. She kept afterward no precise memory of the actual details of his narrative. The pain it evidently cost him to impart it was so much the sharpest fact in her new vision of him. Confusedly, however, she gathered that on reaching America, he had found his wife's small property gravely impaired, and that while lingering on to secure what remained of it, he had contrived to sell a picture or two, and had even known a brief moment of success, during which he received orders and set up a studio. But inexplicably, the tide had ebbed. His work remained on his hands, and a tedious illness, with its miserable sequel of debt, soon wiped out his small advantage. There followed a period of eclipse, still more vaguely pictured, during which she was allowed to infer that he had tried his hand at divers means of livelihood, accepting employment from a fashionable house decorator, designing wallpapers, illustrating magazine articles, and acting for a time she dimly understood as the social toot of a new hotel desirous of advertising its restaurant. These disjointed facts were strung on a slender thread of personal illusions, references to friends who had been kind, jealously, she guessed them to be women, and to enemies who had darkly schemed against him. But, true to his tradition of correctness, he carefully avoided the mention of names, and left her trembling conjectures to grope dimly through an alien, crowded world in which there seemed little room for her small, shy presence. As she listened, her private pang was merged in the intolerable sense of his unhappiness. Nothing he had said explained or excused his conduct to her, but he had suffered, he had been lonely, had been humiliated, and she suddenly felt with a fierce maternal rage that there was no conceivable justification for any scheme of things in which such facts were possible. She could not have said why. She simply knew that it hurt too much to see him hurt. Gradually, it came to her that her unconsciousness of any personal grievance was due to her having so definitely determined her own future. She was glad she had decided, as she now felt she had, to marry Jackson Ben, if only for the sense of detachment it gave her in dealing with the case of Vincent Deering. Her personal safety ensured her the requisite impartiality, and justified her in dwelling as long as she chose on the last lines of a chapter, to which her own act had deliberately fixed the close. Any lingering hesitations as to the finality of her decision were dispelled by the imminent need of making it known to Deering. And when her visitor paused in his reminiscences to say, with a sigh, "But many things have happened to you too," his words did not so much evoke the sense of her altered fortunes as the image of the protector to whom she was about to entrust them. "Yes, many things. It's 3 years," she answered. Deering sat leaning forward in his sad exiled elegance, his eyes gently bent on hers, and at his side she saw the solid form of Mr. Jackson Ben, with shoulders preternaturally squared by the cut of his tight black coat, and a tall, shiny collar sustaining his baby cheeks and hard blue chin. Then the vision faded as Deering began to speak. 3 years, he repeated, musingly taking up her words. I've so often wondered what they'd brought you. She lifted her head with a quick blush, and the terrified wish that he should not, at the cost of all his notions of correctness, lapse into the blunder of becoming personal. You've wondered. She smiled back bravely. Do you suppose I haven't? His look dwelt on her. Yes, I dare say that was what you thought of me. She had her answer pat. Why, frankly, you know, I didn't think of you. But the mounting tide of her poor, dishonored memories swept it indignantly away. If it was his correctness to ignore, it could never be hers to disavow. Was that what you thought of me? She heard him repeat in a tone of sad insistence. And at that, with a quick lift of her head, she resolutely answered, How could I know what to think? I had no word from you. If she had expected, and perhaps almost hoped, that this answer would create a difficulty for him, the gaze of quiet fortitude with which he met it proved that she had underestimated his resources. No, you had no word. I kept my vow, he said. Your vow. That you shouldn't have a word, not a syllable. Oh, I kept it through everything. Lizzie's heart was sounding in her ears, the old confused rumor of the sea of life. But through it, she desperately tried to distinguish the still small voice of reason. What was your vow? Why shouldn't I have had a syllable from you? He sat motionless, still holding her with a look so gentle that it almost seemed forgiving. Then abruptly he rose, and crossing the space between them, sat down in a chair at her side. The deliberation of his movement might have implied a forgetfulness of changed conditions, and Lizzie, as if thus viewing it, drew slightly back. But he appeared not to notice her recoil, and his eyes, at last leaving her face, slowly and approvingly made the round of the small, bright drawing room. This is charming. Yes, things have changed for you, he said. A moment before, she had prayed that he might be spared the error of a vain return upon the past. It was as if all her retrospective tenderness, dreading to see him at such a disadvantage, rose up to protect him from it. But his evasiveness exasperated her, and suddenly she felt the inconsistent desire to hold him fast, face to face with his own words. Before she could reiterate her question, however, he had met her with another. You did think of me, then. Why are you afraid to tell me that you did? The unexpectedness of the challenge wrung an indignant cry from her. Didn't my letters tell you so enough? Ah, your letters. Keeping her gaze on his in a passion of unrelenting fixity, she could detect in him no confusion, not the least quiver of a sensitive nerve. He only gazed back at her more sadly. They went everywhere with me. Your letters, he said, yet you never answered them. At last, the accusation trembled to her lips, yet I never answered them. Did you ever so much as read them, I wonder? All the demons of self-torture were up in her now, and she loosed them on him as if to escape from their rage. Deering hardly seemed to hear her question. He merely shifted his attitude, leaning a little nearer to her, but without attempting, by the least gesture, to remind her of the privileges which such nearness had once implied. There were beautiful, wonderful things in them, he said, smiling. She felt herself stiffen under his smile. You've waited 3 years to tell me so. He looked at her with grave surprise. And do you resent my telling you even now? His parries were incredible. They left her with a breathless sense of thrusting at emptiness, and a desperate, almost vindictive desire to drive him against the wall and pin him there. No, only I wonder you should take the trouble to tell me. When, at the time, and now, with a sudden turn, he gave her the final surprise of meeting her squarely on her own ground. When, at the time, I didn't. But how could I, at the time? Why couldn't you? You've not yet told me. He gave her again his look of disarming patience. Do I need to? Hasn't my whole wretched story told you? Told me why you never answered my letters? Yes, since I could only answer them in one way, by protesting my love and my longing. There was a long pause of resigned expectancy on his part, on hers, of a wild, confused reconstruction of her shattered past. You mean, then, that you didn't write because I found, when I reached America, that I was a pauper, that my wife's money was gone, and that what I could earn, I've so little gift that way, was barely enough to keep Juliet clothed and educated. It was as if an iron door had been suddenly locked and barred between us. Lizzie felt herself driven back, panting upon the last defenses of her incredulity. You might at least have told me, have explained. Do you think I shouldn't have understood? He did not hesitate. You would have understood. It wasn't that. What was it then? She quavered. It's wonderful, you shouldn't see. Simply that I couldn't write you. That. Anything else, not that. And so you preferred to let me suffer? There was a shade of reproach in his eyes. I suffered too, he said. It was his first direct appeal to her compassion, and for a moment it nearly unsettled the delicate poise of her sympathies and sent them trembling in the direction of scorn and irony. But even as the impulse rose, it was stayed by another sensation. Once again, as so often in the past, she became aware of a fact which, in his absence, she always failed to reckon with. The fact of the deep, irreducible difference between his image in her mind and his actual self. The mysterious alteration in her judgment produced by the inflections of his voice, the look of his eyes, the whole complex pressure of his personality. She had phrased it once self-reproachfully, by saying to herself that she never could remember him. So completely did the sight of him supersede the counterfeit about which her fancy wove its perpetual wonders. Bright and breathing as that counterfeit was, it became a gray figment of the mind at the touch of his presence, and on this occasion, the immediate result was to cause her to feel his possible unhappiness, with an intensity beside which her private injury paled. I suffered horribly, he repeated, and all the more that I couldn't make a sign, couldn't cry out my misery. There was only one escape from it all, to hold my tongue and pray that you might hate me. The blood rushed to Lizzie's forehead. Hate you? You prayed that I might hate you? He rose from his seat and, moving closer, lifted her hand gently in his. Yes, because your letters showed me that if you didn't, you'd be unhappier still. Her hand lay motionless, with the warmth of his flowing through it, and her thoughts, too, her poor, fluttering, stormy thoughts, felt themselves suddenly penetrated by the same soft current of communion. And I meant to keep my resolve, he went on, slowly releasing his clasp. I meant to keep it even after the random stream of things swept me back here in your way. But when I saw you the other day, I felt that what had been possible at a distance was impossible now that we were near each other. How was it possible to see you and want you to hate me? He had moved away, but not to resume his seat. He merely paused at a little distance, his hand resting on a chair back, in the transient attitude that precedes departure. Lizzie's heart contracted. He was going then, and this was his farewell. He was going, and she could find no word to detain him but the senseless stammer, "I never hated you." He considered her with his faint, grave smile. "It's not necessary, at any rate, that you should do so now. Time and circumstances have made me so harmless. That's exactly why I've dared to venture back. And I wanted to tell you how I rejoice in your good fortune. It's the only obstacle between us that I can't bring myself to wish away." Lizzie sat silent, spellbound as she listened, by the sudden evocation of Mr. Jackson Ben. He stood there again, between herself and Deering, perpendicular and reproachful, but less solid and sharply outlined than before, with a look in his small, hard eyes that desperately wailed for re-embodiment. Deering was continuing his farewell speech. "You're rich now. You're free. You will marry." She vaguely saw him holding out his hand. "It's not true that I'm engaged," she broke out. They were the last words she had meant to utter. They were hardly related to her conscious thoughts. But she felt her whole will suddenly gathered up in the irrepressible impulse to repudiate and fling away from her forever the spectral claim of Mr. Jackson Ben. Certain, it was the firm conviction of Andorra Macy that every object in the Vincent Deering's charming little house at Neuilly had been expressly designed for the Deering son to play with. The house was full of pretty things, some not obviously applicable to the purpose, but Miss Macy's casuistry was equal to the baby's appetite, and the baby's mother was no match for them in the art of defending her possessions. There were moments, in fact, when Lizzie almost fell in with Andorra's summary division of her works of art into articles safe or unsafe for the baby to lick, or resisted it only to the extent of occasionally substituting some less precious or less perishable object for the particular fragility on which her son's desire was fixed. And it was with this intention that, on a certain fair spring morning, which wore the added luster of being the baby's second birthday, she had murmured, with her mouth in his curls and one hand holding a bit of Chelsea above his dangerous clutch, "Wouldn't he rather have that beautiful shiny thing over there in Aunt Andorra's hand?" The two friends were together in Lizzie's little morning room, the room she had chosen on acquiring the house, because when she sat there, she could hear Deering's step as he paced up and down before his easel in the studio she had built for him. His step had been less regularly audible than she had hoped, for, after 3 years of wedded bliss, he had somehow failed to settle down to the great work which was to result from that privileged state. But even when she did not hear him, she knew that he was there, above her head, stretched out on the old divan from Passy, and smoking endless cigarettes while he skimmed the morning papers. And the sense of his nearness had not yet lost its first keen edge of bliss. Lizzie herself, on the day in question, was engaged in a more arduous task than the study of the morning's news. She had never unlearned the habit of orderly activity, and the trait she least understood in her husband's character was his way of letting the loose ends of life hang as they would. She had been disposed at first to ascribe this to the chronic incoherence of his first menage, but now she knew that, though he basked under the rule of her beneficent hand, he would never feel any active impulse to further its work. He liked to see things fall into place about him at a wave of her wand. But his enjoyment of her household magic in no way diminished his smiling irresponsibility, and it was with one of its least amiable consequences that his wife and her friend were now dealing. Before them stood 2 travel-worn trunks and a distended portmanteau, which had shed their contents in heterogeneous heaps over Lizzie's rosy carpet. They represented the hostages left by her husband on his somewhat precipitate departure from a New York boarding house, and indignantly redeemed by her on her learning, in a curt letter from his landlady, that the latter was not disposed to regard them as an equivalent for the arrears of Deering's board. Lizzie had not been shocked by the discovery that her husband had left America in debt. She had too sad an acquaintance with the economic strain to see any humiliation in such accidents. But it offended her sense of order that he should not have liquidated his obligation in the 3 years since their marriage. He took her remonstrance with his usual disarming grace and left her to forward the liberating draft, though her delicacy had provided him with a bank account which assured his personal independence. Lizzie had discharged the duty without repugnance, since she knew that his delegating it to her was the result of his good-humored indolence, and not of any design on her exchequer. Deering was not dazzled by money. His altered fortunes had tempted him to no excesses. He was simply too lazy to draw the check, as he had been too lazy to remember the debt it canceled. "No, dear, no." Lizzie lifted the Chelsea figure higher. "Can't you find something for him, Andorra, among that rubbish over there? Where's the beaded bag you had in your hand just now? I don't think it could hurt him to lick that." Miss Macy, bag in hand, rose from her knees and stumbled through the slough of frayed garments and old studio properties. Before the group of mother and son, she fell into a raptured attitude. "Do look at him reach for it, the tyrant. Isn't he just like the young Napoleon?" Lizzie laughed and swung her son in air. "Dangle it before him, Andorra. If you let him have it too quickly, he won't care for it. He's just like any man, I think." Andorra slowly lowered the shining bag till the heir of the Deerings closed his masterful fist upon it. "There, my Chelsea's safe." Lizzie smiled, setting her boy on the floor and watching him stagger away with his booty. Andorra stood beside her, watching too. "Have you any idea where that bag came from, Lizzie?" Mrs. Deering, bent above a pile of disc-collared shirts, shook an inattentive head. "I never saw such wicked washing. There isn't one that's fit to mend. The bag? No, I've not the least idea." Andorra surveyed her dramatically. "Doesn't it make you utterly miserable to think that some woman may have made it for him?" Lizzie, bowed in anxious scrutiny above the shirts, broke into an unruffled laugh. "Really, Andorra, really? 6, 7, 9. No, there isn't even a dozen. There isn't a whole dozen of anything. I don't see how men live alone." Andorra broodingly pursued her theme. "Do you mean to tell me it doesn't make you jealous to handle these things of his that other women may have given him?" Lizzie shook her head again, and, straightening herself with a smile, tossed a bundle in her friend's direction. "No, it doesn't make me the least bit jealous. Here, count these socks for me, like a darling." Andorra moaned, "Don't you feel anything at all?" as the socks landed in her hollow bosom. But Lizzie, intent upon her task, tranquilly continued to unfold and sort. She felt a great deal as she did so, but her feelings were too deep and delicate for the simplifying process of speech. She only knew that each article she drew from the trunks sent through her the long tremor of Deering's touch. It was part of her wonderful new life that everything belonging to him contained an infinitesimal fraction of himself, a fraction becoming visible in the warmth of her love, as certain secret elements become visible in rare intensities of temperature. And in the case of the objects before her, poor shabby witnesses of his days of failure, what they gave out acquired a special poignancy from its contrast to his present cherished state. His shirts were all in round dozens now, and washed as carefully as old lace. As for his socks, she knew the pattern of every pair, and would have liked to see the washerwoman who dared to mislay one or bring it home with the colors "run." And in these homely tokens of his well-being, she saw the symbol of what her tenderness had brought him. He was safe in it, encompassed by it, morally and materially. And she defied the embattled powers of malice to reach him through the armor of her love. Such feelings, however, were not communicable, even had one desired to express them. They were no more to be distinguished from the sense of life itself than bees from the lime blossoms in which they murmur. Oh, do look at him, Lizzie. He's found out how to open the bag. Lizzie lifted her head to smile a moment at her son, who sat throned on a heap of studio rubbish, with Andorra before him on adoring knees. She thought vaguely, poor Andorra, and then resumed the discouraged inspection of a buttonless white waistcoat. The next sound she was aware of was a fluttered exclamation from her friend. "Why, Lizzie, do you know what he used the bag for? To keep your letters in." Lizzie looked up more quickly. She was aware that Andorra's pronoun had changed its object and was now applied to Deering, and it struck her as odd and slightly disagreeable that a letter of hers should be found among the rubbish abandoned in her husband's New York lodgings. How funny. Give it to me, please. Give the bag to Aunt Andorra, darling. Here, look inside and see what else a big boy can find there. Yes, here's another. Why? Lizzie rose with a shade of impatience and crossed the floor to the romping group beside the other trunk. What is it? Give me the letters, please. As she spoke, she suddenly recalled the day when, in Madame Clopin's pension, she had addressed a similar behest to Andorra Macy. Andorra had lifted a look of startled conjecture. Why, this one's never been opened. Do you suppose that awful woman could have kept it from him? Lizzie laughed. Andorra's imaginings were really puerile. What awful woman? His landlady? Don't be such a goose, Andorra. How can it have been kept back from him when we found it here among his things? Yes, but then why was it never opened? Andorra held out the letter, and Lizzie took it. The writing was hers. The envelope bore the Passy postmark, and it was unopened. She stood looking at it with a sudden sharp drop of the heart. Why, so are the others, all unopened. Andorra threw out on a rising note, but Lizzie, stooping over, stretched out her hand. Give them to me, please. Oh, Lizzie. Andorra, still on her knees, continued to hold back the packet, her pale face paler with anger and compassion. Lizzie, they're the letters I used to post for you. The letters he never answered. Look. Give them back to me, please. The two women faced each other, Andorra kneeling, Lizzie motionless before her, the letters in her hand. The blood had rushed to her face, humming in her ears, and forcing itself into the veins of her temples like hot lead. Then it ebbed, and she felt cold and weak. It must have been some plot, some conspiracy, Andorra cried, so fired by the ecstasy of invention that, for the moment, she seemed lost to all but the aesthetic aspect of the case. Lizzie turned away her eyes with an effort, and they rested on the boy, who sat at her feet placidly sucking the tassels of the bag. His mother stooped and extracted them from his rosy mouth, which a cry of wrath immediately filled. She lifted him in her arms, and for the first time no current of life ran from his body into hers. He felt heavy and clumsy, like someone else's child, and his screams annoyed her. Take him away, please, Andorra. Oh, Lizzie, Andorra wailed. Lizzie held out the child, and Andorra, struggling to her feet, received him. I know just how you feel, she gasped out above the baby's head. Lizzie, in some dark hollow of herself, heard the echo of a laugh. and Dora always thought she knew how people felt. "Tell Marta to take him with her when she fetches Juliet home from school." "Yes, yes." And Dora gloated over her. "If you'd only give way, my darling." The baby, howling, dived over Andora's shoulder for the bag. "Oh, take him," his mother ordered. Andora, from the door, cried out, "I'll be back at once. Remember, love, you're not alone." But Lizzie insisted, "Go with them. I wish you to go with them," in the tone to which Miss Macy had never learned the answer. The door closed on her outraged back, and Lizzie stood alone. She looked about the disordered room, which offered a dreary image of the havoc of her life. An hour or two ago, everything about her had been so exquisitely ordered, without and within. Her thoughts and emotions had lain outspread before her like delicate jewels laid away symmetrically in a collector's cabinet. Now they had been tossed down helter-skelter among the rubbish there on the floor, and had themselves turned to rubbish like the rest. Yes, there lay her life at her feet, among all that tarnished trash. She knelt and picked up her letters, 10 in all, and examined the flaps of the envelopes. Not one had been opened, not one. As she looked, every word she had written fluttered to life, and every feeling prompting it sent a tremor through her. With vertiginous speed and microscopic vision, she was reliving that whole period of her life, stripping bare again the black ruin over which the drift of 3 happy years had fallen. She laughed at Andora's notion of a conspiracy, of the letters having been kept back. She required no extraneous aid in deciphering the mystery. Her 3 years' experience of Deering shed on it all the light she needed. And yet a moment before, she had believed herself to be perfectly happy. Now, it was the worst part of her anguish that it did not really surprise her. She knew so well how it must have happened. The letters had reached him when he was busy, occupied with something else, and had been put aside to be read at some future time, a time which never came. Perhaps on his way to America, on the steamer even, he had met someone else. The someone who lurks, veiled and ominous, in the background of every woman's thoughts about her lover. Or perhaps he had been merely forgetful. She had learned from experience that the sensations which he seemed to feel with the most exquisite intensity left no reverberations in his mind, that he did not relive either his pleasures or his pains. She needed no better proof of that than the lightness of his conduct toward his daughter. He seemed to have taken it for granted that Juliet would remain indefinitely with the friends who had received her after her mother's death. And it was at Lizzie's suggestion that the little girl was brought home, and that they had established themselves at Neuilly to be near her school. But Juliet once with them, he became the model of a tender father, and Lizzie wondered that he had not felt the child's absence, since he seemed so affectionately aware of her presence. Lizzie had noted all this in Juliet's case, but had taken for granted that her own was different, that she formed, for Deering, the exception which every woman secretly supposes herself to form in the experience of the man she loves. Certainly, she had learned by this time that she could not modify his habits, but she imagined that she had deepened his sensibilities, had furnished him with an ideal, angelic function. And she now saw that the fact of her letters, her unanswered letters, having, on his own assurance, meant so much to him, had been the basis on which this beautiful fabric was reared. There they lay now, the letters, precisely as when they had left her hands. He had not had time to read them, and there had been a moment in her past when that discovery would have been the sharpest pang imaginable to her heart. She had traveled far beyond that point. She could have forgiven him now for having forgotten her, but she could never forgive him for having deceived her. She sat down and looked again vaguely about the room. Suddenly, she heard his step overhead, and her heart contracted. She was afraid he was coming down to her. She sprang up and bolted the door. Then she dropped into the nearest chair, tremulous and exhausted, as if the pushing of the bolt had required an immense muscular effort. A moment later, she heard him on the stairs, and her tremor broke into a cold fit of shaking. "I loathe you! I loathe you!" she cried. She listened apprehensively for his touch on the handle of the door. He would come in, humming a tune, to ask some idle question and lay a caress on her hair. But no, the door was bolted. She was safe. She continued to listen, and the step passed on. He had not been coming to her then. He must have gone downstairs to fetch something, another newspaper perhaps. He seemed to read little else, and she sometimes wondered when he had found time to store the material that used to serve for their famous literary talks. The wonder shot through her again, barbed with a sneer. At that moment, it seemed to her that everything he had ever done and been was a lie. She heard the house door close and started up. Was he going out? It was not his habit to leave the house in the morning. She crossed the room to the window and saw him walking, with a quick, decided step, between the budding lilacs to the gate. What could have called him forth at that unwanted hour? It was odd that he should not have told her. The fact that she thought it odd suddenly showed her how closely their lives were interwoven. She had become a habit to him, and he was fond of his habits. But to her, it was as if a stranger had opened the gate and gone out. She wondered what he would feel if he knew that she felt that. "In an hour he will know," she said to herself, with a kind of fierce exultation. And immediately she began to dramatize the scene. As soon as he came in, she meant to call him up to her room and hand him the letters without a word. For a moment, she gloated on the picture. Then her imagination recoiled from it. She was humiliated by the thought of humiliating him. She wanted to keep his image intact. She would not see him. He had lied to her about her letters, had lied to her when he found it to his interest to regain her favor. Yes, there was the point to hold fast. He had sought her out when he learned that she was rich. Perhaps he had come back from America on purpose to marry her. No doubt he had come back on purpose. It was incredible that she had not seen this at the time. She turned sick at the thought of her fatuity and of the grossness of his arts. Well, the event proved that they were all he needed. But why had he gone out at such an hour? She was irritated to find herself still preoccupied by his comings and goings. Turning from the window, she sat down again. She wondered what she meant to do next. No, she would not show him the letters. She would simply leave them on his table and go away. She would leave the house with her boy and Andorra. It was a relief to feel a definite plan forming itself in her mind, something that her uprooted thoughts could fasten on. She would go away, of course, and meanwhile, in order not to see him, she would feign a headache and remain in her room till after luncheon. Then she and Andorra would pack a few things and fly with the child while he was dawdling about upstairs in the studio. When one's house fell, one fled from the ruins. Nothing could be simpler, more inevitable. Her thoughts were checked by the impossibility of picturing what would happen next. Try as she would, she could not see herself and the child away from Deering. But that, of course, was because of her nervous weakness. She had youth, money, energy. All the trumps were on her side. It was much more difficult to imagine what would become of Deering. He was so dependent on her, and they had been so happy together. The fact struck her as illogical and even immoral, and yet she knew he had been happy with her. It never happened like that in novels. Happiness, built on a lie, always crumbled, and buried the presumptuous architect beneath the ruins. According to the laws of every novel she had ever read, Deering, having deceived her once, would inevitably have gone on deceiving her. Yet she knew he had not gone on deceiving her. She tried again to picture her new life. Her friends, of course, would rally about her, but the prospect left her cold. She did not want them to rally. She wanted only one thing, the life she had been living before she had given her baby the embroidered bag to play with. Oh, why had she given him the bag? She had been so happy. They had all been so happy. Every nerve in her clamored for her lost happiness, angrily, unreasonably, as the boy had clamored for his bag. It was horrible to know too much. There was always blood in the foundations. Parents kept things from children, protected them from all the dark secrets of pain and evil. And was any life livable unless it were thus protected? Could anyone look in the Medusa's face and live? But why should she leave the house, since it was hers? Here, with her boy and Andorra, she could still make for herself the semblance of a life. It was Deering who would have to go. He would understand that as soon as he saw the letters. She pictured him in the act of going, leaving the house as he had left it just now. She saw the gate closing on him for the last time. Now, her vision was acute enough. She saw him as distinctly as if he were in the room. Ah, he would not like returning to the old life of privations and expedients, and yet she knew he would not plead with her. Suddenly, a new thought rushed through her mind. What if Andorra had rushed to him with the tale of the discovery of the letters, with the fly you are discovered, of romantic fiction? What if he had left her for good? It would not be unlike him, after all. Under his wonderful gentleness, he was always evasive and inscrutable. He might have said to himself that he would forestall her action and place himself at once on the defensive. It might be that she had seen him go out of the gate for the last time. She looked about the room again, as if this thought had given it a new aspect. Yes, this alone could explain her husband's going out. It was past 12 o'clock, their usual luncheon hour, and he was scrupulously punctual at meals and gently reproachful if she kept him waiting. Only some unwanted event could have caused him to leave the house at such an hour and with such marks of haste. Well, perhaps it was better that Andorra should have spoken. She mistrusted her own courage. She almost hoped the deed had been done for her. Yet her next sensation was one of confused resentment. She said to herself, "Why has Andorra interfered?" She felt baffled and angry, as though her prey had escaped her. If Deering had been in the house, she would have gone to him instantly and overwhelmed him with her scorn. But he had gone out, and she did not know where he had gone. And oddly mingled with her anger against him was the latent instinct of vigilance, the solicitude of the woman accustomed to watch over the man she loves. It would be strange never to feel that solicitude again, never to hear him say, with his hand on her hair, "Why, you foolish child, were you worried? Am I late?" The sense of his touch was so real that she stiffened herself against it, flinging back her head as if to throw off his hand. The mere thought of his caress was hateful, yet she felt it in all her traitorous veins. Yes, she felt it, but with horror and repugnance. It was something she wanted to escape from, and the fact of struggling against it was what made its hold so strong. It was as though her mind were sounding her body to make sure of its allegiance, spying on it for any secret movement of revolt. To escape from the sensation, she rose and went again to the window. No one was in sight. But presently the gate began to swing back, and her heart gave a leap. She knew not whether up or down. A moment later, the gate opened slowly to admit a perambulator, propelled by the nurse and flanked by Juliet and Andorra. Lizzie's eyes rested on the familiar group as if she had never seen it before, and she stood motionless, instead of flying down to meet the children. Suddenly, there was a step on the stairs, and she heard Andorra's agitated knock. She unbolted the door and was strained to her friend's emaciated bosom. "My darling," Miss Macy cried, "remember, you have your child, and me." Lizzie loosened herself gently. She looked at Andorra with a feeling of estrangement which she could not explain. "Have you spoken to my husband?" she asked, drawing coldly back. "Spoken to him? No." Andorra stared at her in genuine wonder. "Then you haven't met him since he left me?" "No, my love." "Is he out?" "I haven't met him." Lizzie sat down with a confused sense of relief which welled up to her throat and made speech difficult. Suddenly, light came to Andorra. "I understand, dearest. You don't feel able to see him yourself. You want me to go to him for you." She looked about her, scenting the battle. "You're right, darling. As soon as he comes in, I'll go to him. The sooner we get it over, the better." She followed Lizzie, who without answering her had turned mechanically back to the window. As they stood there, the gate moved again, and Deering entered the garden. "There he is now." Lizzie felt Andorra's fervent clutch upon her arm. "Where are the letters? I will go down at once. You allow me to speak for you. You trust my woman's heart." "Oh, believe me, darling," Miss Macy panted, "I shall know just what to say to him." "What to say to him?" Lizzie absently repeated. As her husband advanced up the path, she had a sudden trembling vision of their 3 years together. Those years were her whole life. Everything before them had been colorless and unconscious, like the blind life of the plant before it reaches the surface of the soil. They had not been exactly what she dreamed, but if they had taken away certain illusions, they had left richer realities in their stead. She understood now that she had gradually adjusted herself to the new image of her husband as he would always be. He was not the hero of her dream, but he was the man she loved, and who had loved her. For she saw now, in this last wide flash of pity and initiation, that, as a solid marble may be made out of worthless scraps of mortar, glass, and pebbles, so out of mean mixed substances may be fashioned a love that will bear the stress of life. More urgently, she felt the pressure of Miss Macy's hand. "I shall hand him the letters without a word. You may rely, love, on my sense of dignity. I know everything you're feeling at this moment." Deering had reached the doorstep. Lizzie continued to watch him in silence, till he disappeared under the glazed roof of the porch below the window. Then she turned and looked almost compassionately at her friend. "Oh, poor Andorra, you don't know anything. You don't know anything at all," she said. The end of Project Gutenberg's Tales of Men and Ghosts by Edith Wharton, the lady's maid's belle. It was the autumn after I had the typhoid. I'd been 3 months in hospital, and when I came out I looked so weak and tottery that the 2 or 3 ladies I applied to were afraid to engage me. Most of my money was gone, and after I'd boarded for 2 months, hanging about the employment agencies and answering any advertisement that looked any way respectable, I pretty nearly lost heart, for fretting hadn't made me fatter, and I didn't see why my luck should ever turn. It did, though, or I thought so at the time. A Mrs. Railton, a friend of the lady that first brought me out to the States, met me one day and stopped to speak to me. She was one that had always a friendly way with her. She asked me what ailed me to look so white, and when I told her, "Why, Hartley," says she. "I believe I've got the very place for you. Come in tomorrow and we'll talk about it." The next day, when I called, she told me the lady she'd in mind was a niece of hers, a Mrs. Brimpton, a youngish lady, but something of an invalid, who lived all the year round at her country place on the Hudson, owing to not being able to stand the fatigue of town life. "Now, Hartley," Mrs. Railton said, in that cheery way that always made me feel things must be going to take a turn for the better. "Now, understand me. It's not a cheerful place I'm sending you to. The house is big and gloomy. My niece is nervous, vaporish. Her husband, well, he's generally away, and the 2 children are dead. A year ago, I would as soon have thought of shutting a rosy, active girl like you into a vault. But you're not particularly brisk yourself just now, are you? And a quiet place, with country air and wholesome food and early hours, ought to be the very thing for you. Don't mistake me," she added, "for I suppose I looked a trifle downcast. You may find it dull, but you won't be unhappy. My niece is an angel. Her former maid, who died last spring, had been with her 20 years and worshipped the ground she walked on. She's a kind mistress to all, and where the mistress is kind, as you know, the servants are generally good-humored, so you'll probably get on well enough with the rest of the household. And you're the very woman I want for my niece. Quiet, well-mannered, and educated above your station. You read aloud well, I think. That's a good thing. My niece likes to be read to. She wants a maid that can be something of a companion. Her last was, and I can't say how she misses her. It's a lonely life. Well, have you decided?" "Why, ma'am," I said, "I'm not afraid of solitude." "Well, then go. My niece will take you on my recommendation. I'll telegraph her at once, and you can take the afternoon train. She has no one to wait on her at present, and I don't want you to lose any time." I was ready enough to start, yet something in me hung back, and to gain time I asked, "And the gentleman, ma'am?" "The gentleman's almost always away, I tell you," said Mrs. Ralston, quick-like. "And when he's there," says she suddenly, "you've only to keep out of his way." I took the afternoon train and got out at D station at about 4 o'clock. A groom in a dog-cart was waiting, and we drove off at a smart pace. It was a dull October day, with rain hanging close overhead, and by the time we turned into the Brimpton Place woods, the daylight was almost gone. The drive wound through the woods for a mile or 2, and came out on a gravel court shut in with thickets of tall, black-looking shrubs. There were no lights in the windows, and the house did look a bit gloomy. I had asked no questions of the groom, for I never was one to get my notion of new masters from their other servants. I prefer to wait and see for myself. But I could tell by the look of everything that I had got into the right kind of house, and that things were done handsomely. A pleasant-faced cook met me at the back door, and called the housemaid to show me up to my room. "You'll see Madam later," she said. "Mrs. Brimpton has a visitor." I hadn't fancied Mrs. Brimpton was a lady to have many visitors, and somehow the words cheered me. I followed the housemaid upstairs, and saw, through a door on the upper landing, that the main part of the house seemed well furnished, with dark paneling and a number of old portraits. Another flight of stairs led us up to the servants' wing. It was almost dark now, and the housemaid excused herself for not having brought a light. "But there's matches in your room," she said, "and if you go careful, you'll be all right. Mind the step at the end of the passage. Your room is just beyond." I looked ahead as she spoke, and halfway down the passage I saw a woman standing. She drew back into a doorway as we passed, and the housemaid didn't appear to notice her. She was a thin woman with a white face and a darkish stuffed gown and apron. I took her for the housekeeper and thought it odd that she didn't speak, but just gave me a long look as she went by. My room opened into a square hall at the end of the passage. Facing my door was another which stood open. The housemaid exclaimed when she saw it. "There, Mrs. Blinders left that door open again," said she, closing it. "Is Mrs. Blinder the housekeeper?" "There's no housekeeper. Mrs. Blinder's the cook." "And is that her room?" "Laws, no," said the housemaid, cross-like. "That's nobody's room. It's empty, I mean, and the door hadn't ought to be open. Mrs. Brimpton wants it kept locked." She opened my door and led me into a neat room, nicely furnished, with a picture or two on the walls. And having lit a candle, she took leave, telling me that the servants' hall tea was at 6, and that Mrs. Brimpton would see me afterward. I found them a pleasant-spoken set in the servants' hall, and by what they let fall, I gathered that, as Mrs. Railton had said, Mrs. Brimpton was the kindest of ladies. But I didn't take much notice of their talk, for I was watching to see the pale woman in the dark gown come in. She didn't show herself, however, and I wondered if she ate apart. But if she wasn't the housekeeper, why should she? Suddenly, it struck me that she might be a trained nurse, and in that case, her meals would of course be served in her room. If Mrs. Brimpton was an invalid, it was likely enough she had a nurse. The idea annoyed me, I own, for they're not always the easiest to get on with. And if I'd known, I shouldn't have taken the place. But there I was, and there was no use pulling a long face over it. And not being one to ask questions, I waited to see what would turn up. When tea was over, the housemaid said to the footman, "Has Mr. Ranford gone?" And when he said yes, she told me to come up with her to Mrs. Brimpton. Mrs. Brimpton was lying down in her bedroom. Her lounge stood near the fire, and beside it was a shaded lamp. She was a delicate-looking lady, but when she smiled, I felt there was nothing I wouldn't do for her. She spoke very pleasantly, in a low voice, asking me my name and age and so on, and if I had everything I wanted, and if I wasn't afraid of feeling lonely in the country. "Not with you, I wouldn't be, madam," I said, and the words surprised me when I'd spoken them, for I'm not an impulsive person. But it was just as if I'd thought aloud. She seemed pleased at that, and said she hoped I'd continue in the same mind. Then she gave me a few directions about her toilet, and said Agnes, the housemaid, would show me next morning where things were kept. "I am tired tonight, and shall dine upstairs," she said. "Agnes will bring me my tray, that you may have time to unpack and settle yourself, and later you may come and undress me." "Very well, ma'am," I said. "You'll ring, I suppose?" I thought she looked odd. "No, Agnes will fetch you," says she quickly, and took up her book again. Well, that was certainly strange. A lady's maid having to be fetched by the housemaid whenever her lady wanted her. I wondered if there were no bells in the house, but the next day I satisfied myself that there was one in every room, and a special one ringing from my mistress's room to mine. And after that it did strike me as queer that, whenever Mrs. Brimpton wanted anything, she rang for Agnes, who had to walk the whole length of the servants' wing to call me. But that wasn't the only queer thing in the house. The very next day I found out that Mrs. Brimpton had no nurse, and then I asked Agnes about the woman I had seen in the passage the afternoon before. Agnes said she had seen no one, and I saw that she thought I was dreaming. To be sure, it was dusk when we went down the passage, and she had excused herself for not bringing a light. But I had seen the woman plain enough to know her again, if we should meet. I decided that she must have been a friend of the cook's, or of one of the other women servants. Perhaps she had come down from town for a night's visit, and the servants wanted it kept secret. Some ladies are very stiff about having their servants' friends in the house overnight. At any rate, I made up my mind to ask no more questions. In a day or two, another odd thing happened. I was chatting one afternoon with Mrs. Blinder, who was a friendly, disposed woman, and had been longer in the house than the other servants, and she asked me if I was quite comfortable and had everything I needed. I said I had no fault to find with my place or with my mistress, but I thought it odd that in so large a house there was no sewing room for the lady's maid. "Why," says she, "there is one. The room you're in is the old sewing room." "Oh," said I, "and where did the other lady's maid sleep?" At that, she grew confused and said hurriedly that the servants' rooms had all been changed about last year, and she didn't rightly remember. That struck me as peculiar, but I went on as if I hadn't noticed. "Well, there's a vacant room opposite mine, and I mean to ask Mrs. Brimpton if I mayn't use that as a sewing room." To my astonishment, Mrs. Blinder went white and gave my hand a kind of squeeze. "Don't do that, my dear," said she, trembling like. "To tell you the truth, that was Emma Saxon's room, and my mistress has kept it closed ever since her death." "And who was Emma Saxon?" "Mrs. Brimpton's former maid. The one that was with her so many years," said I, remembering what Mrs. Railton had told me. Mrs. Blinder nodded. "What sort of woman was she?" "No better walked the earth," said Mrs. Blinder. "My mistress loved her like a sister." "But I mean, what did she look like?" Mrs. Blinder got up and gave me a kind of angry stare. "I'm no great hand at describing," she said, "and I believe my pastry's rising." And she walked off into the kitchen and shut the door after her. 2. I had been near a week at Brimpton before I saw my master. Word came that he was arriving one afternoon, and a change passed over the whole household. It was plain that nobody loved him below stairs. Mrs. Blinder took uncommon care with the dinner that night, but she snapped at the kitchen maid in a way quite unusual with her. And Mr. Wace, the butler, a serious, slow-spoken man, went about his duties as if he'd been getting ready for a funeral. He was a great Bible reader, Mr. Wace was, and had a beautiful assortment of texts at his command. But that day, he used such dreadful language that I was about to leave the table when he assured me it was all out of Isaiah, and I noticed that whenever the master came, Mr. Wace took to the prophets. About 7, Agnes called me to my mistress's room, and there I found Mr. Brimpton. He was standing on the hearth, a big, fair, bull-necked man with a red face and little bad-tempered blue eyes, the kind of man a young simpleton might have thought handsome and would have been like to pay dear for thinking it. He swung about when I came in and looked me over in a trice. I knew what the look meant from having experienced it once or twice in my former places. Then he turned his back on me and went on talking to his wife, and I knew what that meant too. I was not the kind of morsel he was after. The typhoid had served me well enough in one way. It kept that kind of gentleman at arm's length. "This is my new maid, Hartley," says Mrs. Brimpton in her kind voice, and he nodded and went on with what he was saying. In a minute or two he went off and left my mistress to dress for dinner, and I noticed as I waited on her that she was white and chill to the touch. Mr. Brimpton took himself off the next morning, and the whole house drew a long breath when he drove away. As for my mistress, she put on her hat and furs, for it was a fine winter morning, and went out for a walk in the gardens, coming back quite fresh and rosy, so that for a minute, before her color faded, I could guess what a pretty young lady she must have been, and not so long ago either. She had met Mr. Ranford in the grounds, and the two came back together, I remember, smiling and talking as they walked along the terrace under my window. That was the first time I saw Mr. Ranford, though I had often heard his name mentioned in the hall. He was a neighbor, it appeared, living a mile or two beyond Brimpton, at the end of the village, and as he was in the habit of spending his winters in the country, he was almost the only company my mistress had at that season. He was a slight, tall gentleman of about 30, and I thought him rather melancholy-looking till I saw his smile, which had a kind of surprise in it, like the first warm day in spring. He was a great reader, I heard, like my mistress, and the two were forever borrowing books of one another, and sometimes, Mr. Wace told me, he would read aloud to Mrs. Brimpton by the hour in the big, dark library where she sat in the winter afternoons. The servants all liked him, and perhaps that's more of a compliment than the masters suspect. He had a friendly word for every one of us, and we were all glad to think that Mrs. Brimpton had a pleasant, companionable gentleman like that to keep her company when the master was away. Mr. Ranford seemed on excellent terms with Mr. Brimpton, too, though I couldn't but wonder that two gentlemen so unlike each other should be so friendly. But then I knew how the real quality can keep their feelings to themselves. As for Mr. Brimpton, he came and went, never staying more than a day or two, cursing the dullness and the solitude, grumbling at everything, and, as I soon found out, drinking a deal more than was good for him. After Mrs. Brimpton left the table, he would sit half the night over the old Brimpton port and Madeira, and once, as I was leaving my mistress's room rather later than usual, I met him coming up the stairs in such a state that I turned sick to think of what some ladies have to endure and hold their tongues about. The servants said very little about their master, but from what they let drop I could see it had been an unhappy match from the beginning. Mr. Brimpton was coarse, loud, and pleasure-loving. My mistress quiet, retiring, and perhaps a trifle cold. Not that she was not always pleasant-spoken to him. I thought her wonderfully forbearing, but to a gentleman as free as Mr. Brimpton, I dare say she seemed a little offish. Well, things went on quietly for several weeks. My mistress was kind, my duties were light, and I got on well with the other servants. In short, I had nothing to complain of, yet there was always a weight on me. I can't say why it was so, but I know it was not the loneliness that I felt. I soon got used to that, and being still languid from the fever, I was thankful for the quiet and the good country air. Nevertheless, I was never quite easy in my mind. My mistress, knowing I had been ill, insisted that I should take my walk regular, and often invented errands for me. A yard of ribbon to be fetched from the village, a letter posted, or a book returned to Mr. Ranford. As soon as I was out of doors, my spirits rose, and I looked forward to my walks through the bare, moist-smelling woods. But the moment I caught sight of the house again, my heart dropped down like a stone in a well. It was not a gloomy house exactly, yet I never entered it, but a feeling of gloom came over me. Mrs. Brimpton seldom went out in winter. Only on the finest days did she walk an hour at noon on the south terrace. Excepting Mr. Ranford, we had no visitors but the doctor, who drove over from D about once a week. He sent for me once or twice to give me some trifling direction about my mistress, and though he never told me what her illness was, I thought, from a waxy look she had now and then of a morning, that it might be the heart that ailed her. The season was soft and unwholesome, and in January we had a long spell of rain. That was a sore trial to me, I own, for I couldn't go out, and sitting over my sewing all day, listening to the drip, drip of the eaves, I grew so nervous that the least sound made me jump. Somehow, the thought of that locked room across the passage began to weigh on me. Once or twice, in the long, rainy nights, I fancied I heard noises there. But that was nonsense, of course, and the daylight drove such notions out of my head. Well, one morning, Mrs. Brimpton gave me quite a start of pleasure by telling me she wished me to go to town for some shopping. I hadn't known till then how low my spirits had fallen. I set off in high glee, and my first sight of the crowded streets and the cheerful-looking shops quite took me out of myself. Toward afternoon, however, the noise and confusion began to tire me, and I was actually looking forward to the quiet of Brimpton and thinking how I should enjoy the drive home through the dark woods when I ran across an old acquaintance, a maid I had once been in service with. We had lost sight of each other for a number of years, and I had to stop and tell her what had happened to me in the interval. When I mentioned where I was living, she rolled up her eyes and pulled a long face. "What? The Mrs. Brimpton that lives all the year at her place on the Hudson? My dear, you won't stay there 3 months." "Oh, but I don't mind the country," says I, offended somehow at her tone. "Since the fever, I'm glad to be quiet." She shook her head. "It's not the country I'm thinking of. All I know is she's had 4 maids in the last 6 months, and the last one, who was a friend of mine, told me nobody could stay in the house." "Did she say why?" I asked. "No, she wouldn't give me her reason. But she says to me, 'Mrs. Ansey,' she says, 'if ever a young woman, as you know of, thinks of going there, you tell her it's not worthwhile to unpack her boxes.'" "Is she young and handsome?" said I, thinking of Mr. Brimpton. "Not her. She's the kind that mothers engage when they've gay young gentlemen at college." Well, though I knew the woman was an idle gossip, the words stuck in my head, and my heart sank lower than ever as I drove up to Brimpton in the dusk. There was something about the house. I was sure of it now. When I went into tea, I heard that Mr. Brimpton had arrived, and I saw at a glance that there had been a disturbance of some kind. Mrs. Blinder's hand shook so that she could hardly pour the tea, and Mr. Wace quoted the most dreadful texts full of brimstone. Nobody said a word to me then, but when I went up to my room, Mrs. Blinder followed me. "Oh, my dear," says she, taking my hand, "I'm so glad and thankful you've come back to us." That struck me, as you may imagine. "Why?" said I. "Did you think I was leaving for good?" No, to be sure," said she, a little confused. "But I can't abear to have Madam left alone for a day even." She pressed my hand hard and, "Oh, Miss Hartley," says she, "be good to your mistress, as you're a Christian woman." And with that, she hurried away and left me staring. A moment later, Agnes called me to Mrs. Brimpton. Hearing Mr. Brimpton's voice in her room, I went round by the dressing room, thinking I would lay out her dinner gown before going in. The dressing room is a large room, with a window over the portico that looks toward the gardens. Mr. Brimpton's apartments are beyond. When I went in, the door into the bedroom was ajar, and I heard Mr. Brimpton saying angrily, "One would suppose he was the only person fit for you to talk to." "I don't have many visitors in winter," Mrs. Brimpton answered quietly. "You have me," he flung at her, sneering. "You are here so seldom," said she. "Well, whose fault is that? You make the place about as lively as a family vault." With that, I rattled the toilet things to give my mistress warning, and she rose and called me in. The two dined alone, as usual, and I knew by Mr. Wace's manner at supper that things must be going badly. He quoted the prophets something terrible, and worked on the kitchen maid so that she declared she wouldn't go down alone to put the cold meat in the icebox. I felt nervous myself, and after I had put my mistress to bed, I was half tempted to go down again and persuade Mrs. Blinder to sit up a while over a game of cards. But I heard her door closing for the night, and so I went on to my own room. The rain had begun again, and the drip, drip, drip seemed to be dropping into my brain. I lay awake listening to it and turning over what my friend in town had said. What puzzled me was that it was always the maids who left. After a while, I slept, but suddenly a loud noise wakened me. My bell had rung. I sat up, terrified by the unusual sound which seemed to go on jangling through the darkness. My hands shook so that I couldn't find the matches. At length, I struck a light and jumped out of bed. I began to think I must have been dreaming, but I looked at the bell against the wall, and there was the little hammer still quivering. I was just beginning to huddle on my clothes when I heard another sound. This time, it was the door of the locked room opposite mine, softly opening and closing. I heard the sound distinctly, and it frightened me so that I stood stock still. Then I heard a footstep hurrying down the passage toward the main house, the floor being carpeted. The sound was very faint, but I was quite sure it was a woman's step. I turned cold with the thought of it, and for a minute or two, I dursn't breathe or move. Then I came to my senses. Alice Hartley, says I to myself. Someone left that room just now and ran down the passage ahead of you. The idea isn't pleasant, but you may as well face it. Your mistress has rung for you, and to answer her bell, you've got to go the way that other woman has gone. Well, I did it. I never walked faster in my life, yet I thought I should never get to the end of the passage or reach Mrs. Brimpton's room. On the way, I heard nothing and saw nothing. All was dark and quiet as the grave. When I reached my mistress's door, the silence was so deep that I began to think I must be dreaming, and was half-minded to turn back. Then a panic seized me, and I knocked. There was no answer, and I knocked again, loudly. To my astonishment, the door was opened by Mr. Brimpton. He started back when he saw me, and in the light of my candle, his face looked red and savage. "You," he said, in a queer voice. "How many of you are there, in God's name?" At that, I felt the ground give under me. But I said to myself that he had been drinking, and answered as steadily as I could. "May I go in, sir? Mrs. Brimpton has rung for me." "You may all go in, for what I care," says he, and, pushing by me, walked down the hall to his own bedroom. I looked after him as he went, and to my surprise, I saw that he walked as straight as a sober man. I found my mistress lying very weak and still, but she forced a smile when she saw me, and signed to me to pour out some drops for her. After that, she lay without speaking, her breath coming quick and her eyes closed. Suddenly, she groped out with her hand and, "Emma," says she faintly. "It's Hartley, madam," I said. "Do you want anything?" She opened her eyes wide and gave me a startled look. "I was dreaming," she said. "You may go now, Hartley, and thank you kindly. I'm quite well again, you see." And she turned her face away from me. Third, there was no more sleep for me that night, and I was thankful when daylight came. Soon afterward, Agnes called me to Mrs. Brimpton. I was afraid she was ill again, for she seldom sent for me before 9. But I found her sitting up in bed, pale and drawn-looking, but quite herself. "Hartley," says she quickly, "will you put on your things at once and go down to the village for me? I want this prescription made up." Here she hesitated a minute and blushed. "And I should like you to be back again before Mr. Brimpton is up." "Certainly, madam," I said. "And stay a moment." She called me back as if an idea had just struck her. "While you're waiting for the mixture, you'll have time to go on to Mr. Ranford's with this note." It was a 2-mile walk to the village, and on my way I had time to turn things over in my mind. It struck me as peculiar that my mistress should wish the prescription made up without Mr. Brimpton's knowledge, and, putting this together with the scene of the night before, and with much else that I had noticed and suspected, I began to wonder if the poor lady was weary of her life and had come to the mad resolve of ending it. The idea took such hold on me that I reached the village on a run and dropped breathless into a chair before the chemist's counter. The good man, who was just taking down his shutters, stared at me so hard that it brought me to myself. "Mr. Limmel," I says, trying to speak indifferent, "will you run your eye over this and tell me if it's quite right?" He put on his spectacles and studied the prescription. "Why, it's one of Dr. Walton's," says he. "What should be wrong with it?" "Well, is it dangerous to take?" "Dangerous? How do you mean?" I could have shaken the man for his stupidity. "I mean, if a person was to take too much of it, by mistake, of course," says I, my heart in my throat. "Lord bless you, no. It's only lime water. You might feed it to a baby by the bottleful." I gave a great sigh of relief and hurried on to Mr. Ranford's, but on the way another thought struck me. If there was nothing to conceal about my visit to the chemist's, was it my other errand that Mrs. Brimpton wished me to keep private? Somehow, that thought frightened me worse than the other, yet the two gentlemen seemed fast friends, and I would have staked my head on my mistress's goodness. I felt ashamed of my suspicions and concluded that I was still disturbed by the strange events of the night. I left the note at Mr. Ranford's, and, hurrying back to Brimpton, slipped in by a side door without being seen, as I thought. An hour later, however, as I was carrying in my mistress's breakfast, I was stopped in the hall by Mr. Brimpton. "What were you doing out so early?" he says, looking hard at me. "Early? Me, sir?" I said, in a tremble. "Come, come," he says, an angry red spot coming out on his forehead. "Didn't I see you scuttling home through the shrubbery an hour or more ago?" I'm a truthful woman by nature, but at that, a lie popped out ready-made. "No, sir, you didn't," said I, and looked straight back at him. He shrugged his shoulders and gave a sullen laugh. "I suppose you think I was drunk last night?" he asked suddenly. "No, sir, I don't," I answered, this time truthfully enough. He turned away with another shrug. "A pretty notion my servants have of me," I heard him mutter as he walked off. Not till I had settled down to my afternoon sewing did I realize how the events of the night had shaken me. I couldn't pass that locked door without a shiver. I knew I had heard someone come out of it and walk down the passage ahead of me. I thought of speaking to Mrs. Blinder or to Mr. Wace, the only two in the house who appeared to have an inkling of what was going on. But I had a feeling that if I questioned them, they would deny everything, and that I might learn more by holding my tongue and keeping my eyes open. The idea of spending another night opposite the locked room sickened me, and once I was seized with the notion of packing my trunk and taking the first train to town. But it wasn't in me to throw over a kind mistress in that manner, and I tried to go on with my sewing as if nothing had happened. I hadn't worked 10 minutes before the sewing machine broke down. It was one I had found in the house, a good machine, but a trifle out of order. Mrs. Blinder said it had never been used since Emma Saxon's death. I stopped to see what was wrong, and as I was working at the machine, A drawer, which I had never been able to open, slid forward and a photograph fell out. I picked it up and sat looking at it in amaze. It was a woman's likeness, and I knew I had seen the face somewhere. The eyes had an asking look that I had felt on me before. And suddenly I remembered the pale woman in the passage. I stood up, cold all over, and ran out of the room. My heart seemed to be thumping in the top of my head, and I felt as if I should never get away from the look in those eyes. I went straight to Mrs. Blinder. She was taking her afternoon nap and sat up with a jump when I came in. "Mrs. Blinder," said I, "who is that?" And I held out the photograph. She rubbed her eyes and stared. "Why, Emma Saxon," says she. "Where did you find it?" I looked hard at her for a minute. "Mrs. Blinder," I said, "I've seen that face before." Mrs. Blinder got up and walked over to the looking-glass. "Dear me, I must have been asleep," she says. "My front is all over one ear. And now, do run along, Miss Hartley dear, for I hear the clock striking 4, and I must go down this very minute and put on the Virginia ham for Mr. Brimpton's dinner." To all appearances, things went on as usual for a week or two. The only difference was that Mr. Brimpton stayed on, instead of going off as he usually did, and that Mr. Ranford never showed himself. I heard Mr. Brimpton remark on this one afternoon when he was sitting in my mistress's room before dinner. "Where's Ranford?" says he. "He hasn't been near the house for a week. Does he keep away because I'm here?" Mrs. Brimpton spoke so low that I couldn't catch her answer. "Well," he went on, "two's company and three's trumpery. I'm sorry to be in Ranford's way, and I suppose I shall have to take myself off again in a day or two and give him a show." And he laughed at his own joke. The very next day, as it happened, Mr. Ranford called. The footman said the three were very merry over their tea in the library, and Mr. Brimpton strolled down to the gate with Mr. Ranford when he left. I have said that things went on as usual, and so they did with the rest of the household. But as for myself, I had never been the same since the night my bell had rung. Night after night I used to lie awake, listening for it to ring again, and for the door of the locked room to open stealthily. But the bell never rang, and I heard no sound across the passage. At last, the silence began to be more dreadful to me than the most mysterious sounds. I felt that someone were cowering there, behind the locked door, watching and listening, as I watched and listened, and I could almost have cried out, "Whoever you are, come out and let me see you face to face, but don't lurk there and spy on me in the darkness." Feeling as I did, you may wonder I didn't give warning. Once I very nearly did so, but at the last moment something held me back. Whether it was compassion for my mistress, who had grown more and more dependent on me, or unwillingness to try a new place, or some other feeling that I couldn't put a name to, I lingered on as if spellbound, though every night was dreadful to me, and the days but little better. For one thing, I didn't like Mrs. Brimpton's looks. She had never been the same since that night, no more than I had. I thought she would brighten up after Mr. Brimpton left, but though she seemed easier in her mind, her spirits didn't revive, nor her strength either. She had grown attached to me, and seemed to like to have me about. And Agnes told me one day that, since Emma Saxon's death, I was the only maid her mistress had taken to. This gave me a warm feeling for the poor lady, though after all, there was little I could do to help her. After Mr. Brimpton's departure, Mr. Ranford took to coming again, though less often than formerly. I met him once or twice in the grounds or in the village, and I couldn't but think there was a change in him, too. But I set it down to my disordered fancy. The weeks passed, and Mr. Brimpton had now been a month absent. We heard he was cruising with a friend in the West Indies, and Mr. Wace said that was a long way off. But though you had the wings of a dove and went to the uttermost parts of the earth, you couldn't get away from the Almighty. Agnes said that as long as he stayed away from Brimpton, the Almighty might have him, and welcome. And this raised a laugh, though Mrs. Blinder tried to look shocked, and Mr. Wace said the bears would eat us. We were all glad to hear that the West Indies were a long way off, and I remember that, in spite of Mr. Wace's solemn looks, we had a very merry dinner that day in the hall. I don't know if it was because of my being in better spirits, but I fancied Mrs. Brimpton looked better too, and seemed more cheerful in her manner. She had been for a walk in the morning, and after luncheon she lay down in her room, and I read aloud to her. When she dismissed me, I went to my own room feeling quite bright and happy, and for the first time in weeks walked past the locked door without thinking of it. As I sat down to my work, I looked out and saw a few snowflakes falling. The sight was pleasanter than the eternal rain, and I pictured to myself how pretty the bare gardens would look in their white mantle. It seemed to me as if the snow would cover up all the dreariness, indoors as well as out. The fancy had hardly crossed my mind when I heard a step at my side. I looked up, thinking it was Agnes. "Well, Agnes," said I, and the words froze on my tongue. For there, in the door, stood Emma Saxon. I don't know how long she stood there. I only know I couldn't stir or take my eyes from her. Afterward, I was terribly frightened, but at the time it wasn't fear I felt, but something deeper and quieter. She looked at me long and long, and her face was just one dumb prayer to me. But how in the world was I to help her? Suddenly, she turned and I heard her walk down the passage. This time, I wasn't afraid to follow. I felt that I must know what she wanted. I sprang up and ran out. She was at the other end of the passage, and I expected her to take the turn toward my mistress's room. But instead of that, she pushed open the door that led to the back stairs. I followed her down the stairs and across the passageway to the back door. The kitchen and hall were empty at that hour, the servants being off duty, except for the footman, who was in the pantry. At the door, she stood still a moment with another look at me. Then she turned the handle and stepped out. For a minute I hesitated. Where was she leading me to? The door had closed softly after her, and I opened it and looked out, half expecting to find that she had disappeared. But I saw her a few yards off, hurrying across the courtyard to the path through the woods. Her figure looked black and lonely in the snow, and for a second my heart failed me, and I thought of turning back. But all the while she was drawing me after her, and catching up an old shawl of Mrs. Blinder's, I ran out into the open. Emma Saxon was in the wood path now. She walked on steadily, and I followed at the same pace till we passed out of the gates and reached the high road. Then she struck across the open fields to the village. By this time the ground was white, and as she climbed the slope of a bare hill ahead of me, I noticed that she left no footprints behind her. At sight of that, my heart shriveled up within me, and my knees were water. Somehow, it was worse here than indoors. She made the whole countryside seem lonely as the grave, with none but us two in it, and no help in the wide world. Once I tried to go back, but she turned and looked at me, and it was as if she had dragged me with ropes. After that, I followed her like a dog. We came to the village, and she led me through it, past the church and the blacksmith shop, and down the lane to Mr. Ranford's. Mr. Ranford's house stands close to the road, a plain, old-fashioned building with a flagged path leading to the door between box borders. The lane was deserted, and as I turned into it, I saw Emma Saxon pause under the old elm by the gate. And now another fear came over me. I saw that we had reached the end of our journey and that it was my turn to act. All the way from Brimpton, I had been asking myself what she wanted of me, but I had followed in a trance, as it were, and not till I saw her stop at Mr. Ranford's gate did my brain begin to clear itself. It stood a little way off in the snow, my heart beating fit to strangle me, and my feet frozen to the ground. And she stood under the elm and watched me. I knew well enough that she hadn't led me there for nothing. I felt there was something I ought to say or do, but how was I to guess what it was? I had never thought harm of my mistress and Mr. Ranford, but I was sure now that, from one cause or another, some dreadful thing hung over them. She knew what it was. She would tell me if she could. Perhaps she would answer if I questioned her. It turned me faint to think of speaking to her, but I plucked up heart and dragged myself across the few yards between us. As I did so, I heard the house door open and saw Mr. Ranford approaching. He looked handsome and cheerful, as my mistress had looked that morning, and at sight of him the blood began to flow again in my veins. "Why, Hartley," said he, "what's the matter? I saw you coming down the lane just now, and came out to see if you had taken root in the snow." He stopped and stared at me. "What are you looking at?" he says. I turned toward the elm as he spoke, and his eyes followed me, but there was no one there. The lane was empty as far as the eye could reach. A sense of helplessness came over me. She was gone, and I had not been able to guess what she wanted. Her last look had pierced me to the marrow, and yet it had not told me. All at once, I felt more desolate than when she had stood there watching me. It seemed as if she had left me all alone to carry the weight of the secret I couldn't guess. The snow went round me in great circles, and the ground fell away from me. A drop of brandy and the warmth of Mr. Ranford's fire soon brought me to, and I insisted on being driven back at once to Brimpton. It was nearly dark, and I was afraid my mistress might be wanting me. I explained to Mr. Ranford that I had been out for a walk, and had been taken with a fit of giddiness as I passed his gate. This was true enough, yet I never felt more like a liar than when I said it. When I dressed Mrs. Brimpton for dinner, she remarked on my pale looks and asked what ailed me. I told her I had a headache, and she said she would not require me again that evening, and advised me to go to bed. It was a fact that I could scarcely keep on my feet. Yet I had no fancy to spend a solitary evening in my room. I sat downstairs in the hall as long as I could hold my head up. But by 9, I crept upstairs, too weary to care what happened if I could but get my head on a pillow. The rest of the household went to bed soon afterward. They kept early hours when the master was away, and before 10 I heard Mrs. Blinder's door close, and Mr. Wace's soon after. It was a very still night, earth and air all muffled in snow. Once in bed I felt easier, and lay quiet, listening to the strange noises that come out in a house after dark. Once I thought I heard a door open and close again below. It might have been the glass door that led to the gardens. I got up and peered out of the window, but it was in the dark of the moon, and nothing visible outside but the streaking of snow against the panes. I went back to bed and must have dozed, for I jumped awake to the furious ringing of my bell. Before my head was clear, I had sprung out of bed and was dragging on my clothes. "It is going to happen now," I heard myself saying, but what I meant I had no notion. My hands seemed to be covered with glue. I thought I should never get into my clothes. At last, I opened my door and peered down the passage. As far as my candle flame carried, I could see nothing unusual ahead of me. I hurried on, breathless. But as I pushed open the baize door leading to the main hall, my heart stood still. For there, at the head of the stairs, was Emma Saxon, peering dreadfully down into the darkness. For a second, I couldn't stir, but my hand slipped from the door, and as it swung shut, the figure vanished. At the same instant, there came another sound from below stairs, a stealthy, mysterious sound, as of a latchkey turning in the house door. I ran to Mrs. Brimpton's room and knocked. There was no answer, and I knocked again. This time, I heard someone moving in the room. The bolt slipped back and my mistress stood before me. To my surprise, I saw that she had not undressed for the night. She gave me a startled look. "What is this, Hartley?" she says in a whisper. "Are you ill? What are you doing here at this hour?" "I am not ill, madam," but my bell rang. At that, she turned pale and seemed about to fall. "You are mistaken," she said harshly. "I didn't ring. You must have been dreaming." I had never heard her speak in such a tone. "Go back to bed," she said, closing the door on me. But as she spoke, I heard sounds again in the hall below. A man's step this time, and the truth leaped out on me. "Madam," I said, pushing past her, "there is someone in the house. Someone. Mr. Brimpton, I think. I hear his step below." A dreadful look came over her, and without a word, she dropped flat at my feet. I fell on my knees and tried to lift her. By the way she breathed, I saw it was no common faint. But as I raised her head, there came quick steps on the stairs and across the hall. The door was flung open, and there stood Mr. Brimpton in his traveling clothes, the snow dripping from him. He drew back with a start as he saw me kneeling by my mistress. "What the devil is this?" he shouted. He was less high-colored than usual, and the red spot came out on his forehead. "Mrs. Brimpton has fainted, sir," said I. He laughed unsteadily and pushed by me. "It's a pity she didn't choose a more convenient moment. I'm sorry to disturb her, but—" I raised myself up, aghast at the man's action. "Sir," said I, "are you mad? What are you doing?" "Going to meet a friend," said he, and seemed to make for the dressing room. At that, my heart turned over. I don't know what I thought or feared, but I sprang up and caught him by the sleeve. "Sir, sir," said I, "for pity's sake, look at your wife." He shook me off furiously. "It seems that's done for me," says he, and caught hold of the dressing room door. At that moment, I heard a slight noise inside. Slight as it was, he heard it too, and tore the door open, but as he did so, he dropped back. On the threshold stood Emma Saxon. All was dark behind her, but I saw her plainly, and so did he. He threw up his hands as if to hide his face from her, and when I looked again, she was gone. He stood motionless, as if the strength had run out of him, and in the stillness, my mistress suddenly raised herself, and opening her eyes, fixed a look on him. Then she fell back, and I saw the death flutter pass over her. We buried her on the third day, in a driving snowstorm. There were few people in the church, for it was bad weather to come from town, and I've a notion my mistress was one that hadn't many near friends. Mr. Ranford was among the last to come, just before they carried her up the aisle. He was in black, of course, being such a friend of the family, and I never saw a gentleman so pale. As he passed me, I noticed that he leaned a trifle on a stick he carried, and I fancy Mr. Brimpton noticed it too, for the red spot came out sharp on his forehead, and all through the service he kept staring across the church at Mr. Ranford. instead of following the prayers as a mourner should. When it was over and we went out to the graveyard, Mr. Ranford had disappeared, and as soon as my poor mistress's body was underground, Mr. Brimpton jumped into the carriage nearest the gate and drove off without a word to any of us. I heard him call out, "To the station," and we servants went back alone to the house. Thanks for spending this time with me tonight. Wharton's ghosts are rarely loud. They enter through habit, memory, class, duty, and by the time they are understood, the damage is already done. If you'd like more quiet tales of dread, subscribe and come back to the Sleepy Dread again soon. For now, get comfortable. Let the last of this story drift through the dark, and have a very good night.